Well, good morning, everybody. I am so surprised we even made it through yesterday. It was nuts deluxe. Did not know that the rug dealer was going to take the stand and we wouldn't be able to hear it. That was crazy. Didn't know that Sarah Boone was going to take the stand. Didn't know that Court TV, this is what happens when things are live, not edited, not a pre-recorded video. We're live. We're live, my friends. Just like all of you. You are live. You are live and you are wired. Let me tell you. Didn't know that they were going to switch straight from Leilani to Sarah. I want to say thank you very much, GB. Gifted 1, 2, 3, 4 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Raise your hand. We're live and shit. Don't be in the bushes. Come say hi to your new friends. And Jerry, thank you so much for this super sticker. God knows I need it because it's a lot of streaming and shit, if you know what I mean. Well, we know what today is. It is Wednesday, it is hump day, and we have to do our usual. We have a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be strange going back to normal, putting shows together and all that stuff like we used to do. It might be a calm break. I actually thought about doing a true crime show at like say 7 in the morning my time and then rolling into the trial. What do you think? Please tell me. All right, we got to tell Mike hi because today is Wednesday. It is hump day. I've been marked safe from getting humped on a steak, like Sarah Boone said.
Oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-hoo!
Who has their pink on? Who has their pink on?
It's adorable. Oh, it's so fetch. What is fetch? Oh, it's like slang from England. So if you're from Africa, why are you white? Oh my God, Karen, you can't just ask people why they're white. Could you give us some privacy for like 1 second? Yeah, sure. Okay, you should just know that we don't do this a lot, so this is like a really huge deal. We want to invite you to have lunch with us every day for the rest of the week. Oh, it's okay. Cool, miss. So we'll see you tomorrow. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Oh my God.
On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Coolness. I'll see you tomorrow. Danny Dane said, looks like you just earned yourself a 7 a.m. show, Brooks. You better believe it. Pat K said, I'll be asleep at 7, but hey, girl, go for it. The queen has spoken. Thank you, Pat K. Hashtag WWPD. Real Rock and Robin said, do it. Yeah, because there's a lot of other cases I want to discuss. Not that Quentin is not important. Do not think for a minute. What on earth? Diana Howery. $50? Girlfriend? What? OJ's even looking right now. He's counting it out. He thinks this is going to be for him. No, we got a business to run, OJ. We got things to do. You are awesome, Diana. Thank you so much for that. I want to go through some of your comments from yesterday. We haven't done this in a while because, like I said, we're out of the groove. We're out of the routine because we've had a lot of stuff going on. So let's go to some of your comments. All right, yesterday I put a community post up. Please check our community tab. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous picture of Diana with Quentin. Actually, you know what? I'll put it on the screen. No reason just to listen to me. Read it. Look at that. Look at that sweet baby laying there on her shoulder. In my humble opinion, this was the peace and calm that Quentin craved. I asked a question. I said, look at this beautiful baby. I am horrified. The evil around little Quentin is unimaginable. I will never understand. And I mean, I never will. Because look, he's just laying right there. The only solace is he did know love. Y'all had a lot to say. Elizabeth said, thank you and your daughters for giving the much needed love Quentin deserved. Jesse X says he looks so content this woman and her daughters cared for him. Such a beautiful little boy. This is from Real Rock and Robin. She said, justice is coming. Kate U, 31, said many people would have loved having this baby. Well, you know what? They would have. Why didn't Billy take care of her responsibility? And her responsibility was Quentin. Chaparita said, beautiful baby. He looks so much like Leilani. I wonder if that even penetrates her soul. I wonder about that myself. How did she not recognize that her son looks just like her? Catherine said, I just can't understand how anyone has the courage to harm this little one. He was so handsome, and she could have just gave him to Diana. Well, actually, and I agree with what you're saying, she didn't have the right to give him to Diana because the state had already taken Quentin and Zane from her and given the babies to Billy. And Billy is still acting like a cockroach in other chats, playing the victim, like this happened to her. No, I do not think. I don't think for a minute she did anything to Quentin. I don't think for a minute she thought it would happen. But she damn sure didn't take any of the advice given to her by the state of Georgia to prevent it. And that's where it comes down to. So many people reached out. Let's look at this real quick. Hang on. This is what really got you all going. When I brought up Billy, I said, how? And this is a true question. How can the person that had custody of Quentin not be testifying? She said she's not testifying. G of Twin says, wow, she's getting the Mother of the Year award. She's not in court supporting her daughter, and she sure the heck did not protect those kids. But she has time to be on YouTube channels. She's a class act. Trinity said the prosecutor has given BJ a pass since day one, and it's infuriating to watch. The court gave her an order. Do not allow Leilani to be alone with the kids. She violated the order. And there's no consequences. She said it's appalling. Our girl Beck Carter said, I think Billy Joe should be held accountable for lying about her daughter living with her and leaving those kids with the very one they weren't supposed to be alone with. There was no, well, you might want to some days if she's in a good mood, or, if the sun's shining. No, it was no, no, no. Kawana said because if she had been involved as the custodial parent, this would not have happened. She said mother and daughter are cut from the same cloth. Now, there are some channels out there, I don't even have to name who they are, that will come unglued if you even mention Billy's hand in this. They will. They don't like it. I can't say that I blame them because they've spent a lot of time taking up for her. Again, I don't think she had anything to do with Quentin's murder. But the leading up to, she certainly did. Now, we had some news yesterday. This is from, I believe, WTOC. They're saying that the state's probably going to wrap their case up today or tomorrow. Wow. Let's talk about this. I think they have made a great case, by the way. How long will the defense actually talk? What can they do? Who can they put on the stand? What expert can they put up there to say, oh no, we've actually proven Danny did it? Who would the defense even call? They're damn sure not going to call Leilani. That won't happen. No way.
Audio or video and broadcast to any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston and of Tim Weston, should he testify.
So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity.
Now that sound there is some back and forth between the prosecution.
Let's talk about this. Was anyone, let's say, offended that the judge signed the immunity for the rug salesman, the drug dealer? Anyone? The immunity went to the drug dealer. So basically everything they have dug up on him in the last 2 years has nothing to do with Quentin. Now, listening to the text messages between Leilani to him, he seemed very not interested, in my opinion. If you want to clean up your town and you want to clean up the streets, quit handing out these damn immunity agreements and proffer agreements. Kimberly Mann, is BJ on the stand today? My understanding is she won't be testifying. TJ Walks had a great comment saying, because she's a wild card, you can't put her up there. I wouldn't be surprised if she has not signed a proffer agreement So they're not going to prosecute her for going against what the state not advised but told her to do. She's not even sitting behind the state looking for answers about what happened to Quentin. She's not doing it. She broke the law. When people say, well, no, she just didn't know. She just didn't know. She already knows. She's been to that circus before, my friends, because she lost custody of her children. She lost custody of her children. However, if there was a deal made at the DA's office saying, we're going to give you a proffer, we're going to give you immunity, then that's what happened. They did it with the drug dealer. They were handing them out like M&Ms at the trial of Adam Montgomery. Anything to get all those pieces of shit to talk about what happened to Harmony. You see, when you have a crime, the people that are around the criminal, 9.9 times out of 10 are not good people. And this is what they had to go through because that's how bad they wanted to put Leilani behind bars. They do it all the time. They will make deals with the devil to get what they want. It's disgusting, but that's how they do it.
To any recording, audio or video, and broadcasting of the testimony of Craig Weston and of Tim Weston, should he testify?
So I think Mr. Weston should have to as well. I'm sorry if he finds it embarrassing or he doesn't like it. But other than that, he has use immunity.
Now that sound there is some back and forth between the prosecution.
Okay, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a judge, but I can tell you exactly what this immunity is because I know how to read English. The immunity is about the drug dealing. He got the immunity in exchange for his testimony about Leilani. There is a very, very, very important timeline that he is part of the puzzle in. When she said to Danny, looks like I have to go to 204, and he said, oh, okay, ... I was hoping we could just eat the spaghetti and watch a movie, put some Coca-Cola in her nose and go to bed. But she already knew she had other stuff she had to do that night. We saw her at the gas station. When she went in and she got the 2 tall boys a Natty Light, then we have the very grainy, but we know the tag number and we know that she is the only one that was out of the house that night. That has been proven. Hey, Wolf, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Well, a member of the fam, but you are already family, my friends. This timeline from the drug dealer is extremely important. Extremely important. And they had to issue a warrant to get his ass into court, then give him immunity to talk. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see it.
And the defense today about whether or not to allow a witness to testify off camera. Now, I'm joined by Jonah Pine, a criminal defense attorney, here again for some more analysis.
Okay. This news anchor, she is as cute as a bug's ear. She is, and I love that color on her. I love the contrast with the brown glasses. the hair. Love that color on here. The guy next to her that doesn't match for fuck, he's been on the local news a lot. He is a douche nozzle. Okay, so prepare yourself for what he's going to say, because he is a real douche nozzle.
Here on day 7 of testimony in the Simon trial. Now, Jonah, that witness today was Craig Weston. This is somebody that prosecutors have already alleged had a sexual relationship with Leilani Simon. The prosecution trying to petition the court to allow him to testify off camera today, and that was actually granted. So my question to you is, I mean, what's typical in a case like this, and how do you handle, witnesses on and off camera?
I think that there's a good chance that Mr. Weston suggested to Mr. Dean, the prosecutor, that he was a little uncomfortable with discussing some of these things, not just in front of a jury, but on what's probably going to wind up being national TV. And at the end of the day, the judge wants the jury to hear the most reliable evidence. So she probably erred on the side of caution, said, I'm going to go ahead and limit this from getting aired out and broadcast to everybody in their brother.
Protecting the drug dealer. Let me tell you what I think happened. He got the immunity, and he's probably now a criminal informant. So they're going to write off all the warrants. They're going to write off all the shit he never appeared for, because he's got a nasty, nasty, nasty record. Besides the fact that he was ever with Leilani. He's got a nasty one. So they're like, all right, scribble out, scribble out, scribble out, scribble out. And we want him to testify, but we can't put him on camera because he's now a criminal informant. We can't put his face out there. And yes, the judge is in now. I'll get back to it. I want to go through this.
And certainly the judge is going to want to be cautious. This case is going to be closely scrutinized, not just in the public here, but also possibly on appeal. So I think that she took a very careful approach, and I think it turned out to not really be much of a there.
And Jonah, a lot of today focused on that landfill search, the defense using that as an opportunity to kind of cast some doubt as far as the origin of where Quinton's remains came from. Do you think they accomplished that today in front of the jury?
I don't really know. I think that there's a temptation by defense attorneys in general, to try and cast doubt on everything. And sometimes it's better to be more refined and say, look, this is really our issue. Do we think that she threw the remains of this child into a dumpster? Probably so. But does it really let you know how the child died? I think that that is more of the theme that they're maintaining. And I think that casting doubt on, well, hey, all the trash or half of the trash winds up here really kind of undermines that theme that they are maintaining.
And during proceedings today, the prosecution said they plan to rest their case either tomorrow or early Thursday. So, what do you think of their case at this point so far?
Once the prosecution rests, the defense is going to ask for a directed verdict. They're going to say, Judge, no reasonable jury could possibly find. And what are they going to say? They're going to say that no reasonable jury could possibly find that there's any evidence of an aggravated assault and a blunt trauma. There's not going to be any evidence of.
He said it. He's saying that no jury is going to say there's enough evidence. He said of a blunt trauma. I'm not sitting there, but yeah, we've been listening. I can put it together. The forensic anthropologist put it all together for me. The GBI agent talking about fresh vomit in the pack and play. The text messages to the drug dealer, and then simultaneously to Danny, tells me what I need to know. Tip to share is back. Did we hear the testimony about brain matter found on the pillow? No. But I believe they're supposed to be wrapping up today or tomorrow. Mermaid said, so throwing your baby away is okay. Absolutely, it is not. It is 100% not. And this is where we're at. This is a really important question, Mermaid. If the jury says there's not enough evidence, and they've got it in their brain that maybe Danny did something, and all Leilani did, I say all in jest, was cover it up, we might have a problem. Dolly UK said, how old was Sky at the time? Let's see, June, July, August. 4 months old. 4 months old. She's a tiny baby. Tiny baby.
Child cruelty, there's not going to be any evidence of malice. And I think that the defense is going to make that argument to the judge, and every single issue that has come up with this case still revolves around the same question. Isn't it just as likely they found a dead child, they were drug-addled, they were not the greatest parents in the world, they had had more than their share of issues, and they panicked and tried to hide what ultimately was an accidental death? I think at the end of the day, the prosecution has done a lot to make a jury say, you know what, with all of this deception, maybe we don't have the greatest evidence in the world, but we just don't like Leilani Simon. We're going to find her guilty. And that could be a possibility.
All right, Jonah Pine, thank you so much for your time. That'll do it for us on day 7 of testimony here at the Chatham County Court.
Could be. Could be. Real Rockin' Robin, girl, I love you. She said, thank you, Brooks, for doing this for us and the CLL family. Put it in there. Family by choice. All right, the judge is getting settled. Let's see what's going to happen. She looks a little ticked off to me today. Thank you for this, Truth for Us. Immunity, so he wouldn't plead the fifth on each answer. They wanted him to feel safe during his testimony. And his testimony, from what I'm gathering, was really important because for the jury, it puts this timeline together. So while Leilani is getting her rocks off, Quentin is dying. She can pick up beer. She can go get drugs. But she didn't take him to the hospital. I really wish that the state would put some other things together for the jury and just say, you have a hospital 4.2 miles away. You have this, you have this, you have this. You have plenty of places where she could have gotten help for him. But she didn't. So the accident theory can kiss my ass.
Let me get myself set up here. And while I'm doing that, would you please bring out Miss Simon? All right. So one more plug in and I will be ready to go. All right. And with that, we're on the record for SPCR 22-0336 J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, Greg Hilliard and Robert Purse.
Leilani has a new shirt on. Check it out. We're not wearing the army green Amish, and we're not wearing the cream sweater. Knock me over with a feather. Knock me over with this feather. Look at that. Laverne said new shirt. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that. My goodness.
The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Livens as well. So in getting started this morning, is there anything that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
Only the issue of scheduling, Your Honor. I'm not sure whether we've talked about how things have shaken out for today yet. We have two analysts from Quantico who are going to testify this morning. I don't think it'll take all that long. And then our next doctor witness is not going to be here till 1 o'clock. So unfortunately, what we're going to have to ask to do is take these witnesses and then potentially have like a pretty early and fairly long lunch break. That's just kind of how. I think we've been pretty good with getting witnesses in and not having to do a whole lot of this.
I know you've been great at that, and I've said from the beginning, you know, the trial is going to run as a trial runs, and so that means we go with the flow. So, Mr. Hilliard, anything on that from the defense?
No, Judge. Mr. Dean told me that, and I understand how it is scheduling with Dr. Dare. So, hold on, I do have to do one thing first, Judge. Let me put on my microphone and let me turn it on. And can you hear me? Okay, good.
All right, very good.
Mr. Dean told me that, and I understand. And I've had to deal with Dr. Darisaw in the past, so I know getting her schedule because she testifies often is hard. So I'm fine with doing these two witnesses, breaking, and doing Dr. Darisaw after mine. That's fine by us.
Okay, let's move on then with the two witnesses that state has. I'm going to ask you to bring in the jury.
Juror Henry. Clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Smith. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please have a seat. Good morning. So we're going to launch right into testimony this morning. We are probably going to have an earlier than usual lunch and probably a little bit longer period of time, but that's just a matter of witness scheduling, and that happens often in a trial. So just to give you that heads up, but now the question, have you all been able to comply with the court's instructions? Have you avoided conversations and discussions about this case? Have any of you been exposed to TV stories, internet stories, any media in any shape or form? Okay, thank you very much. The state may call its next witness.
Sherry Fentress.
sworn in. The evidence you submit to the court and jury is a trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. Mr. Dean.
Morning.
Good morning.
You're here because you conducted some DNA analysis in this case, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Cherie Fentress. The first name is spelled Sherrri. Last name spelled Fentress.
What is your profession and where do you work?
I'm a biologist forensic examiner for the FBI Laboratory DNA Casework Unit in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you worked there doing that type of work?
I've worked there for about 14 years.
What does your work consist of there? What kind of matters do you work on?
As a biologist forensic examiner, I perform primarily work on missing persons and unidentified remains cases, in addition to some other criminal casework. As an examiner, I will receive case information and determine what pieces of evidence need to be tested based on that information. I'll determine what the best course of testing is for those items. And then I am the one who will coordinate the movement of the evidence through the laboratory, directing the work of biologists along the way and making key decisions at certain points in the testing.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your education, training, and experience that allows you to perform this type of work, okay? Can you tell us a little bit about your education first?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science with a concentration in agriculture biotechnology and minors in biology and chemistry from the University of Delaware. And then I went on to receive my Master of Science in Criminal Justice, specializing in forensic science from Michigan State University.
What about training?
In order to be an examiner, I go through a training that's about 2.5 years. It consists of practical laboratory exercises and oral boards, as well as moot courts, in order to make sure that not only do I understand the fundamentals behind what I'm testing, but also that I can express it in a clear manner for you in court.
And experience?
My experience, in addition to working for the FBI laboratory, spans about 10 years prior to that. I worked for the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory as a graduate intern. I worked for a private laboratory also, and then for the 5.5 years prior to working for the FBI laboratory, I worked for the state of Delaware.
Have you testified as an expert witness on matters concerning DNA in courts before?
Yes, I have. I've testified in both federal and state courts.
And have you been admitted as an expert in each of those instances?
Yes, I have.
Now, at this time, I would offer Dr. Fentress as an expert in the area of DNA analysis, forensic biology.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, she is surrendered.
Okay, and Your Honor, just to clarify, it's not Dr. Fentress. I have a master's, but not a PhD.
Pardon me, thank you for the correction. I just figured with all of that education.
Thank you.
Okay. Were you asked to conduct something called a kinship analysis or kinship comparison in this case that we're here for today?
Yes, and a kinship analysis is just an evaluation of relatedness between individuals.
And what did you receive to conduct the kinship analysis in this case?
In this case, I received a number of bone and tissue specimens. We would term those questioned items because we do not know where they came from or the individual that they came from. And I received reference samples from 3 individuals, Billy Joel Howell, Henry Moss Jr., and Leilani Simon, to compare to these unidentified remains.
And what is it that you're trying to figure out in a kinship analysis? As simply as you can put it.
Mm-hmm. In a kinship analysis, I'm just testing to see whether the relationship that's proposed could be supported by the comparison of the profiles that I obtain from the evidence. So in this case, I want to see if the unidentified remains could be the child of Leilani Simon and Henry Moss Jr.
And how do you go about conducting a kinship analysis? What do you do?
So in order to conduct that, we first need to test the items to recover DNA from them. And that involves a sequence of steps in the laboratory. We first take a small cutting or sampling from each of the items. We then will isolate the DNA. And then in the next step, we determine about how much DNA we were able to recover in that first step. And based on that, we can optimize the remaining steps where we do amplification, which is where you make billions of copies of targeted regions of the DNA. And then the final step where we determine exactly what is the profile at each of those locations. And just to clarify a little further, for the DNA casework unit, we look at 21 different locations that are expected to be different between individuals with the exception of identical twins, in addition to 3 locations that will provide information as to whether the individual who provided the DNA is male or female.
Now, was the technique you used in this case, is that something that can be tested?
Yes, it's something that can be tested for validity, yes.
And has it been subject to peer review and publication?
Yes, it has.
Are there standards controlling the technique?
Yes, there are standards called the quality assurance standards that are issued by the FBI that define everything from what personnel qualifications are required down to handling the evidence and what types of laboratory procedures should be performed for each type of evidence.
And has it attracted widespread acceptance within the relevant scientific community?
Yes, it has.
Okay. When you conduct a kinship comparison or kinship analysis, how do you phrase your ultimate results or conclusions? What does it sound like?
So when I conduct that kinship comparison, like I said, I'm comparing the profiles against each other. So what I would say is that based on the comparison of the DNA profiles, the results are however many times more likely if the individuals are related as stated than if they are not related.
And I'd like to draw your attention specifically to 2 items that you tested in this case. Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 79?
Yes, I did.
And how many pages is that document?
It's 2 pages.
Now, these are bones that had already been examined by the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen, before they came to you, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from her that she'd already identified these bones as human bones. What are the images that you're looking at? What are those from, and what do they show?
The images that I'm looking at are 2 of the bones that I tested. I can tell that they are, am I allowed to hold up the?
Well, let me get it
Okay.
into evidence first.
I can tell that they are bones that I tested because they are the laboratory number, 2022-02600, the item numbers 29-1 and 30-1. And I recognize these pictures from my case notes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict these bones as they appear to you in the lab when you were working with them?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 79.
No objection, John.
Sometimes admitted without objection.
Now, can you, I don't want to put this on the screen, but can you hold that up and walk the jury through what it is that you're looking at there?
Yes, so if you can see, this is the item 29-1 bone. If you see there's a square taken out of the center there, that was the cutting that we took in order to do the processing. And then on the next page, this is a little harder to see, but it's item 30-1. And it is a small bone right there in the center. Because of the size of the bone, we had to use the entire bone for this sample. So there's no specific cut area that you will see.
There's not an additional photo showing like a piece of it cut off because you had to use the whole thing.
That's correct.
You were able to take these 2 bones and develop a DNA profile of the person from whom they originated?
That is correct, yes.
And you were able to compare that to DNA samples from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. and from the defendant, Leilani Simon.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were able to come up with a conclusion as to how likely it is, or the likelihood ratio for whether the person from whom these bones came is those two people's child, right?
Yes, I was able to develop a likelihood ratio explaining how much support there is for the relationship, yes.
And what was your conclusion in that regard?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to state the conclusion?
Yes, you may.
Starting with the item 29-1 bone, based on the STR typing results and the comparison of item 29-1 to Moss Jr. and L. Simon, the combined kinship index is approximately 4.1 quintillion. Therefore, the DNA profile obtained from item 29-1 is approximately 4.1 quintillion times more likely if item 29-1 is from the son of Moss Jr. and L. Simon than if item 29-1 is from someone unrelated to these individuals. And these results provide strong evidence that item 29-1 originated from Quentin Simon.
As to the next bone in Exhibit 79?
And for this one, based on the STR typing results, the DNA profile obtained from item 30-1 is approximately 12 quintillion times more likely if item 30-1 is from the son of Moss Jr. and Al Simon than if item 30-1 is from someone unrelated to these individuals. And these results also provide strong evidence that item 30-1 originated from Quentin Simon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
I do, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Fentress. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Okay, I don't get people like you on cross-examination very often, so I'm gonna have a bunch of questions for you that I don't get to ask, okay? So let's start. Kinship analysis is, are you looking at alleles or genes or DNA? I mean, I don't understand the difference between the two.
Sure. So alleles, genes, and DNA are all related to DNA. When I say that I'm looking at different locations and I'm looking at the profile at those different locations, that would be where I'm referring to alleles. So to take a quick step back, when we look at the nuclear DNA, we're looking at what are called short tandem repeats. And those are short patterns of DNA that are repeated back to back to back. And that number of repeats may differ between individuals at any given location. And it can also differ between locations within an individual. So as I mentioned, we look at 21 of those different locations. What I had yet to say is that we receive half of our DNA from our mom and half from our dad. So at each of those locations, you would expect to see no more than 2 of those numbers. So for example, if at one location I'm a 15-17, it means that I received a 15 from one parent and a 17 from the other. So you're going to expect to see 1 or 2 numbers at each of those locations. Now, when I do my comparisons, where I'm looking at that unidentified profile compared to the potential parents' profiles, what I'm looking for is that pattern. Do I see 1 number from each parent at each of the locations in that questioned or unknown item? And if I see support for that, then I will go on and perform that kinship calculation for the statistic that I mentioned, that 4.1 quintillion or that 12 quintillion.
And the reason why I ask that is this is kind of me nerding out a little bit, but when you're doing the DNA, I mean, DNA is an amazing structure, is it not? Okay. Yeah. But basically what you're doing is looking at, and how many, let's just say on a random piece of DNA from any person, how many different, I guess you would call it, locations are there on that strand of DNA?
So there's a large number of different locations on that strand of DNA. And actually, to clarify further, most of our DNA is actually going to be the same. That's what makes us human. It's a very small percentage. It's less than 1% that will differ between individuals. Again, that's with the exception of identical twins. So we, in our laboratory, target 21 of those locations.
How many locations are there?
I can't remember off the top of my head exactly how many locations
Thousands,
there are.
millions?
Thousands. I don't remember exactly how many.
All right. So, but you target these 21 particular locations and these other 3 locations. So you narrow your analysis down to basically 24 separate locations, right?
This is correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm curious because, again, like I said, this is kind of a weird thing to me. The bones you tested, one was 4 quintillion times more likely to be related, and the same bone tested differently was 12 quintillion times more likely to be related. What accounts for that statistical discrepancy?
So those were 2 different bones that were tested. When we obtain a DNA profile, I would say a common misconception is that if you obtain a DNA profile, you just got DNA and that's all that matters. But really that profile can range anywhere from one of those locations all the way up to the entire profile that we're targeting. The fewer locations you have, the lower that number is going to be when you have a calculation. So for the first bone, I was able to get 20 of the 21 locations for comparison for that kinship statistic. And for the second bone, I was able to get all 21 of the locations. So that's where you get the slight difference in the numbers.
Okay. I was just curious. And I'm fascinated too by the actual manner and method of testing. So obviously you would take the bone and I guess what would you do with the bone once you get it?
So once we get it, we want to make sure that the bone is clean on the outside. So we do some washing of the bone. We will then sand the area that we're using, that we're going to cut with what's a Dremel tool, if any of you are familiar with that. And then we will take a cutting, again, with the Dremel tool of that small section that we're going to be testing. We then use something called a freezer mill that freezes the bone, and then it uses a magnet to crush it into a fine powder. And then that powder is what we will then apply the chemicals to in order to isolate the DNA.
And then when you take the DNA and you test that, how do you get your statistical analysis from the testing of the DNA after that?
So once we test the DNA and I've obtained that profile, again, I'll do that visual comparison first. If in that visual comparison, I didn't see evidence of a parental-child relationship, I would say that was an exclusion, meaning those remains could not have come from a child of the 2 individuals. Because I saw that pattern, I then took those profiles and I uploaded them into a kinship calculation software. And what that software does is it analyzes the proposed relationship, and based on the population frequencies, or how often do you see these different profiles in the population, it provides that statistic for how likely those profiles are if the individuals are related as stated.
And by profiles, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding is it'll like show these different genes or genetic markers. How does it display that? Is it like letters, numbers? How does it identify?
So that profile in our case notes will be in the form of a table. So in that table, each of the locations is listed. And for each of the locations where a profile was able to be obtained, you'll see the numbers. So for example, the first location, D3, you might see that 1517. At another location, maybe FGA is another location, it may say 22, meaning 22 was received from mom and 22 was received from dad. So again, you'll have that table with each location, and next to it, the set of numbers associated with that location. And that comprises the profile for the individual.
And just out of curiosity, you said that when we were going through your bona fides to do this, how old are you again? I'm not trying to pry, but I was just curious. How old are you?
I'm 45.
Okay. And you got your Bachelor of Science from University of Delaware, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got your Master's of Science in Criminal Justice. I didn't write that down, so I don't remember. Which university was that?
That was from Michigan State University.
How long does a master's normally take?
I would say 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so and I assume the bachelor's was a normal 4-year degree,
That's correct, yes.
and 2 to 3 years for your master's, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then on top of that, you went to extra training at the FBI from about 2.5 years, I think is what you said, 2 to 2.5 years.
Yes, as an examiner, yes.
Okay, and part of that was they trained you how to present this testimony and evidence in court to be explained to normal people like me, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and of course, how to do the job itself, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you been an examiner at the FBI?
I've been an examiner at the FBI for 10 years now. Prior to that, I was a biologist.
And how long were you a biologist?
I was a biologist for about 4 years. And to remind you of the difference, biologist does the laboratory processing, and an examiner will coordinate that processing.
And as an examiner, you basically, what you just described is you take the bones, you test the bones, and you translate that into, I guess, the results that you testified to here today, correct?
So as an examiner, I would assign the testing strategy for the bones. I would coordinate the testing. If there's any questions, the biologist will come to me. If there's any questions about how to proceed, there are several steps along the way where I have to make the decision as to how to proceed. And then once data is produced, I analyze that data, I generate the report with the conclusions, and then I'm the one who is able to testify to those conclusions.
Ms. Fenstress, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it, and it's been so informative to me, okay? Thank you.
And may this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness. You certainly may.
Cynthia Morris Kukowski.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name's Dr. Cynthia Lynn Morris Kukowski. That's Cynthia. Last name is MORRIS-KUKOSKI.
And you're here today because you conducted some forensic toxicology analysis in this case.
Yes, I did.
Where do you work?
I work at the FBI laboratory in the chemistry unit.
And what's your official title or position?
I'm a forensic examiner toxicologist for the chemistry unit.
And how long have you been in that position at the FBI lab?
I've been in that position for over 20 years.
And what sort of things do you do there?
As a toxicologist, we work on biological evidence, things as blood, urine, vitreous, vomit, tissues, and sometimes foods and other stains.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your education, training, and experience.
Okay.
Let's start with education. Can you tell us about what education you have that puts you in a position to do the work you do?
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science in pharmacy from the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy. I have a doctor of pharmacy from the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy, a clinical residency in clinical toxicology from Hennepin Regional Poison Center.
And what about training?
At the FBI laboratory, we undertook a 2-year extensive forensic examiner training. breaks down into both written didactic tests in various subjects, as well as competency tests on various items of evidence in various exams, as well as moot courts.
And in terms of experience, you said you've been working there for how long?
Over 20 years.
Could you give any kind of a ballpark whatsoever about how many cases you've done forensic toxicology casework in?
A gazillion. I couldn't even begin to.
How many zeros is that?
Yes, that's an over exaggeration, but
A lot.
oh yeah, a lot.
Have you testified as an expert witness in court before?
Yes, I have. I've testified in various military tribunals, as well as grand juries, state and federal cases.
And in those instances, have you been accepted by the court as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Morris Kukowski as an expert in the area of forensic toxicology.
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness is qualified.
I want to ask you some questions about your work in this case, okay? Did you perform some analysis in this case, the Clinton Simon case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. At some point, did your lab receive from the agents in Savannah here a pillow and a pillowcase?
Yes, we did.
And were you asked to look at that to see whether it was suitable for forensic toxicology analysis?
Yes, I was asked to look at it.
And can you tell me what the results of your review of the pillowcase was?
After visually looking at the pillow inside the pillowcase, I deemed it unsuitable for toxicology analysis, meaning either the debris or stain that was on there was too small and just couldn't be analyzed.
Is it the case that you need, if you're trying to do forensic toxicology on stain of some sort, that you need a certain amount to be able to get off the ground in the process?
Yes, I've analyzed various stains over the years, be it urine stains from someone peeing their pants, vomit stains from being over an item after someone's had too much to drink, as well as blood stains that may or may not contain sweat stains. And basically doing this over 20 years and putting samples, putting some solution on various types of clothing or other household items, we look at the amount of volume that it takes for the particular procedure. And then by putting that on objects, I've pretty much gotten to the point where I can tell you that for most items, I need to cut a 2-inch by 2-inch square piece of material with a stain on it.
And your assessment was there just wasn't enough on this pillow or pillowcase for you to do that?
Correct, there was not enough.
Did you also receive something that appeared to you to be brain tissue?
Yes.
How did you know it was brain tissue?
I went down to talk with the forensic anthropologist after I worked with my chemist to check in the clothing and articles from the house, and had asked her what she received in the case. And she had said that she found and had some debris that I might be interested in that was found within the frontal bone. And I've worked with brain specimens over 20 years, as well as other tissues and organs. And it actually has a very unique smell that you cannot miss.
Now, the forensic anthropologist that you were talking to about this, who was that?
That was Dr. Christensen.
Okay. I'd like to approach with what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 78 and identified as some images from Dr. Christensen's bench notes. And I'd like to see whether you could indicate to the jury here on the third page of State's Exhibit 78 what this this bit of brain tissue that you're describing, what it looks like in this picture, where it is in this picture. Can you tell us?
It's this mass right here. And this was received, Dr. Christensen did a hand-to-hand transfer. This was inside a Ziploc bag, which was inside a paper bag. And then I took it up, put it in the refrigerator for secure storage overnight, had my chemist check it in the next day, and physically put eyes on all of the layers that were there with the tissue.
Pardon me. Now, just for the record, you've indicated towards the dark mass in the top center of page 3 of that exhibit.
Correct.
Now, did you conduct a drug screen on that piece of brain tissue to see whether you could detect the presence of cocaine or any metabolites of cocaine?
Yes, I did.
What is a metabolite of cocaine?
Metabolite is a substance that forms when the body is breaking down a particular drug. In this case, when cocaine is broken down by the body, it forms two metabolites. Ethylene, if you were using or taking cocaine in conjunction with ethanol or alcohol, and another metabolite, ethylene methyl ester. There is a third metabolite called benzoyl-ethgonine, but benzoyl-ethgonine doesn't require the liver. If I put cocaine in a glass of water, I could actually form benzoyl-ethgonine.
You understand I'm going to have to give the court reporter the spellings of all these things later?
Yes, sir.
I'll take care of it. Okay. You are really smart. So I'd like to just ask you to explain sort of as simply as you can what the process was for conducting that drug screen on the brain tissue for cocaine and cocaine metabolites. What did you do?
First, you actually have, you take the specimen itself, you take a portion of that, you weigh it and you mix it 1-to-1 with deionized water and homogenate it, meaning you're going to grind it up and mix it together. You then have to weigh a small portion of that, which is 1 gram, and put that into a test tube. After you have that specimen ready, you're also going to take a negative control brain as well as 2 other samples of negative control brain that I'm going to spike at various levels that I actually record and know what they are. After I do that, I add a solution to all of the samples. That's called an internal standard. That's there as that has that.
I apologize. I had to mute. Tip to share is back said, are they suggesting what I think they're suggesting? They're not just suggesting it, but I think they're lining it out. And it is horrific. Britt said this might be huge. It's huge.
Has drugs with the similar properties of the drugs I'm looking for, but not the drugs themselves. And I do that to make sure that each specimen actually properly extracts for the procedure. If not, and if it doesn't come through, there's something wrong with that particular sample. All of those samples are analyzed using the alkaline drug screen, which uses solid phase extraction, which is a cleanup method that is used to do away with the debris and the biological material and fats and things that we're not interested in. And it concentrates in these individual one-use cartridges, has a filter in there, and it's filtering out all the stuff we don't want, all of that debris. And then we can concentrate with a solution all the stuff we do want, dry it down, put that in a vial, and put that on an instrument called a liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometer.
Now, this technique that you described, evidently as simply as you can. Is it a technique that can be tested?
Yes, solid phase extraction technique has been used for over 20 years. This procedure has been used at the FBI laboratory since 2006. These cartridges have been manufactured since 2005, has been used widely in the forensic toxicology community, as well as in forensics itself. And the instrument is used not only in toxicology in our lab, but other divisions and also outside the laboratory.
All right, so after all that, what was the result or conclusion you reached as to whether this brain tissue contained any cocaine or cocaine metabolites?
I did not detect any.
Okay, so negative?
Not detected.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Kukowski, right?
Morris Kukowski.
Morris Kukowski. Okay. I'm going to jump back a little bit. Forensic toxicology analysis. Do you only test for what you're asked to test for, or do you test for any type of toxicology?
Depends on the request.
Okay. And let's talk about this particular request. Okay. Were you asked to test for any metabolites of controlled substances or specifically cocaine?
No, I was actually specifically asked to look for cocaine and cocaine metabolites, methamphetamine and its metabolite, fentanyl and fentanyl metabolite, as well as oxycodone and oxycodone metabolite.
Okay. And Mr. Dean said that he asked about the cocaine. You said it wasn't detected, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That seems different than not being present to me. I assume you use your words properly. So you said you didn't detect any cocaine.
Correct. According to our lab policy, we either detect something or not. It's considered either not detected, detective, inconclusive, or identified. That's
Okay.
just our terminology.
And did you have anything that was detected
In the brain tissue?
in the brain tissue?
No.
Okay. And so did you test for fentanyl?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Methamphetamine?
Yes.
Okay. Percocets?
Oxycodone.
Oxycodone? I guess oxycodone is another name for Percocet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You corrected me, so.
Oh, sorry. Percocet actually is a combination medicine of oxycodone and acetaminophen. In this, I was not looking for the acetaminophen part, just the oxycodone.
Okay. So, and you said that, and I'm curious. So when you take the tissue, I didn't understand anything of what you just said. So,
Okay.
so let's assume you're talking to somebody who has a much smaller brain than you. What exactly does the testing usually include?
The testing includes you analyzing the sample with a negative control that has no known drug in it,
Okay.
the sample itself, and various positive controls.
Okay. All right. And with regards to, you'll tag us to the biological tissue, you'll take it and you will
Process it.
process it. What's involved in processing it?
That's that solid phase extraction where you're removing and filtering out all the stuff you're not interested in, and then concentrating the stuff that's left in that cartridge filter to put on the instrument.
Okay. And how big of a sample are we talking when you do this?
It's a 1 gram, 1-to-1 homogenate. So 1 gram containing of 50-50 water and tissue sample.
Okay. So when you say 1 gram, I assume the total weight's 1 gram.
Correct.
Okay. So it's like half water and half tissue.
Correct.
Okay. I just don't understand. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm not misstating it. Okay. And then I guess you'll put that in that big long word thing you were talking about, the mass.
The instrument, yes.
The instrument, let's call it that. Okay.
Yes.
And then what does that do? Does that use some sort of, is it light, gas? I mean, I don't know how that works. So how does the instrument actually work at detecting things?
Okay. The instrument has pumps with fluid. The fluid then gets mixed and put through a column. The column then separates things out based on the chemical properties, and then goes to an instrument called a mass spectrometer that will actually tell you the mass of what drug you're looking for, and then we'll fragment it and look at the chemical fingerprint of that particular compound.
Okay. And when you say the mass, I guess is it some sort of light deal or some sort of chemical atomic weight deal? I mean, I don't
Yes,
understand.
it's the chemical formula. So you could take the formula of cocaine and add a hydrogen. It will give you the mass of cocaine.
All right. So I guess it's looking for that particular chemical property.
It's looking, yes, for that exact mass and the exact retention time. So as I said, things come out in a column and get detected in order. And each one has their own time that they come out with their own molecular weight and their own fragmentation.
Okay. And that being said, you said that there were certain standards, and I don't understand the standards, so I'm just asking, to either be classified as detected, not detected, or inconclusive.
Or identified, correct.
Or identified.
Yes.
So, and what are those standards? Because I didn't hear that. So, what are those standards and how do they relate to this?
Okay, not detected means you analyzed the specimen as you saw fit. You added the internal standard, which is that solution with very similar properties that was detected in your sample, and you did not see the compound of interest. That's not detected.
Okay. And detected.
Detected means you tested it once and you may have seen something, but for some reason you either didn't have enough specimen or something happened that you couldn't repeat the test. Inconclusive means that you tested it, and when you tested that particular chemical and added that internal standard that has similar properties, if that particular compound did not come through and you could not see it, that's considered inconclusive, because if you can't see something that's very similar in your analysis, you can't say that you potentially saw or did not see what you were looking for.
And just to draw conclusions from this, so in this particular case, having the sample that you tested, all you got the result, and I assume it was not a very much, because I'll look at the picture if you have it. Do you have the picture that Mr. Dean showed you? I didn't see. If you would show me I guess this was the item. Was that the item, or was this the item that you showed me? That one. Okay. And so that was the item.
So we know, is that particular item on?
It's State's Exhibit 78, item number 3 on 7.
Thank you.
So that was the piece that you tested, and
A portion of it.
that portion of it, at least. And with regards to that, I think that's all the questions I have, because I think you've explained everything to me so that I understand it, but I'm trying to make sure. You weren't able to test the pillow or pillowcase, correct? You were able to get enough testing material for this, correct?
For what, sorry?
For the item 78 that I just showed you?
The
brain tissue?
That's item 29?
It's, I don't know what your item number would be, but.
Oh.
Yes, I think. Hold on. Yes, item 29.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you given any other samples to test, or were those the only samples you were given?
No, I was also given a pink washcloth, a shirt, the pillow that we talked about, pants, and a towel.
Okay. Did you perform any testing on those or no?
The pink washcloth was considered unsuitable for analysis. The towel was considered unsuitable for analysis. And I did test stains from the shirt and the pants.
Okay. And I'm just curious, when you said not detected, it means it just wasn't detected in that sample, correct?
Correct, in that tested portion.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Just a moment, Doctor. Any redirect?
No, you're on.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so that is the last witness that will be called for now. Correct? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 till 11. So this is going to be an early break. We're going to begin and resume at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to ask that you be back at 12:50. All right. Again, do not discuss the case. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't watch any news. Don't do any research. You know the drill by now. All right. Have a good break.
You're exiting.
Okay, so they're taking a lunch. I'm wondering who's coming in after. They're taking lunch. It's 10:36 my time, 11:36 their time. I can't believe Leilani isn't chewing. It's really crazy. I think they made it clear this was not in any way, shape, or form accidental. But the suggestion, I'm just going to say it, from the last agent and the forensic anthropologist, and these are highly trained people from Quantico, Virginia, is that Quentin was not DEAD when he was put in that dumpster. Injured, damn right. Severely injured, damn right. But he was holding on to his last breath. So from when allegedly she injured him, okay? Because we heard the forensic anthropologist explain about how our bones are, how our bones work. Let's say I'm kicking a Jehovah's Witness off my porch like I had to do 15 minutes ago, and I break my toe. That toe is going to instantly start healing. All of the bones were post-mortem except the cranium. Danny Dane, then why wasn't he crying in the dumpster? Well, because he's 20 months old and he was dying. Remember when Leilani said she kept checking his coloring? She didn't check Zane's. She didn't check Sky's. Why would you check anyone's coloring unless you're thinking the life was coming out of him? He was unconscious. He was throwing up in that pack and play. But she would not call 911. She would not take him to the hospital. He could have been in a coma for all we know. I'm not saying that he would have survived this. I'm not saying that. Nicey Marie said, my opinion, I think she used rugs to make sure he wouldn't. I wondered about that myself, but the toxicology shows that wasn't what happened. It comes down to blunt force trauma to his little baby head. I know there's been a lot to go through, but let's look at this. Please with me. That's his little skull. It was cracked. I mean, I'm putting take your index finger, do this with me. Take your index finger and put it to your thumb. That's how big your skull was when you were born. Take your index finger, put them together, put your thumbs together. And she found something heavy in one of her fits of rage and hit him in the head. She did. That's how it appears to me. 100%. I can't figure it out. I can't figure out why she would. what her diagnosis is, why she shags everything that walks by her. Anyone think that she was jealous of Quentin because he had so much more attention than she did? This probably is going to upset a few people, and I'm not here to do that. I honestly think had she not turned her hate on Quentin, in a couple of years, her hate would have gone towards Sky. Because Sky, being the only girl, for obvious reasons, would have gotten more attention. What is the word? What is the word? Evil? Jealous? Agitated? I saw a recent picture of Sky, which I'm not going to put on here. No way. She is a gorgeous little girl. Gorgeous. Diana said diabolical. Chrissy, beyond evil. Yeah, beyond evil. Horrible. Who would even think? I mean, we've all had our we've all had our, excuse me, not so proud moments dealing with our children, okay? We have said things we shouldn't have said. We've had our moods going, oh yeah, if you don't like it here, you can go. I mean, we've done all kinds of things. This woman takes the goddamn cake. Who do you think is worse, Letitia or Leilani? That would be a good poll. What she put him through and the way she drove around. Sending all these text messages to Danny. Kelly said both. Diana said both the same. They're both the same. Diane said spoiled, egocentric, immature. You think there's a reason Quentin didn't want to have anything to do with her? You're right, Miss Kay. They're in the same category. They are. And I can't agree with that more. Oh, all right. A lot has been brought up about the Adam Project. A lot. And how they help with cases to bring law enforcement, authorities, experts, everyone together. They have, Danny Dane said, who is Adam? Adam Walsh. And I've had a lot of people asking me, what is the Adam Project? Good morning, Jinbug. Okay, I'm going to go off topic again, like I always do. Look at this Jinbug sent me today. We've been talking about cactuses and everything like that. Now that is a decorated cactus. You better believe it. It's very pretty. I can't grow cactus. Nope. Nope. All right, so what we're going to do is go through, and I hope nobody drops out, but we're going to go through the Adam Walsh story because it's a lot to go through. And we have a good chunk of time to do it. And so maybe we can get a better understanding of the backstory of America's Most Wanted Yeah, look, 3 people already dropped off. Fuck my life. We can understand the passion behind what his parents went through. So I'm going to start this right now.
Sorry.
It's okay. We can never forget the looks on their faces.
As they still search for their children, determined that no matter what the cost, they would find them. In most cases, this is a hopeless and lost cause.
There were over 3,000 cases of child abuse in this county. Some grown-ups wish they could be kids again.
Do you, Mom?
No, because then I wouldn't have you.
That's right. Kids can't have kids.
No?
Why can't kids have kids?
Would you want your mommy to be a little girl?
No, but what am I gonna have my little sister?
Well, mention it to your father again. I'm all for it. Of course, there's no guarantee it would be a little sister.
Why not?
Ask your father.
I get to go to the toy department.
Adam, don't run ahead.
Okay, obviously we're talking about 2 totally different cases. Miss Kay said, is this John Walsh's son? Yes. And when he's talking about his little sister, let me tell you what, there is something damn wrong with Megan Walsh. Because her parents have fought so hard, and she's trying to tell people that there's some sort of like underground shit where they're actually the ones kidnapping people. STFU. The real Viv said her jail cell should be wallpapered with pictures of Quentin's remains. That's what I'm talking about. But this is a heartbreaking case. He was abducted from the mall, decapitated, and his parents have had a lot of issues over the years. Who could blame them? Who could blame them? Hang on. Danny Dane is putting me in timeout. She said, let us watch it. Shh. All right. I have been put in my place.
Come on.
Mommy, can I stay here, please?
Okay, sweetie, I'll be in the lamp department right around the corner. You know where that is?
Yes.
Now, Adam, I want you to wait right here, just like the last time. Okay. I'll be right back.
Hollywood, Florida, 33020. Take this to the cashier, and the installers will be there Monday. Thank you for shopping with us.
Excuse me, I can't find this lamp. It's supposed to be on sale?
Well, they are, but we're sold out.
Already?
This morning. I'll be glad to order you one.
I have to come back. Thank you.
I'm going to speak quietly. A few people have questions about she left him by himself. Yeah. Anyone grow up in the 70s or 80s? Questions about she left him by himself. This would really happen. 70s or 80s? Our parents thought it was funny when we get lost in stores. So we would know not to screw up anymore. Our parents thought it was
Excuse me. My little boy was here.
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
What did he look like?
He's 6. He's wearing a red baseball cap, a short sleeve shirt. He was right here by the video games about 5 minutes ago.
He must have wandered off. Go to customer service. They'll page him for you.
Where is it?
It's over there next to appliances.
If you see him, would you tell him to stay put? Don't move.
Oh, don't worry. You'll find him. I'm sorry. Is that all for you today?
May I have your attention, please? Adam Walsh, your mother is waiting for you in customer service. Adam Walsh, go to the nearest salesperson so you can find your way back to your mother. Your mother is waiting for you, Adam. You should have him paged in the mall in case he went out there.
Can't you do that?
Customer service, may I help you? Yes, I can. Just a moment.
Can't you do that here?
I'm afraid we can't. There is a security desk in the mall outside the entrance. And don't worry, you'll find him. Yes.
Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? We'd like you shoppers to help us find Adam Walsh. He is 6 years old, 4 feet tall. He's wearing green shorts.
Graham, thank heaven.
Short sleeve shirt.
Why are they paging Adam? To be with you? Why should he be with me? I didn't even know you were here. Reve?
His name is Adam.
Reve? Reve, what is it?
This is Mommy. Wherever you are, find a security guard and go to him. I'm nearby, sweetie. I'm at the security desk, right here in the mall, waiting for you. So find a security guard and go to him, and he will bring you to me.
I'll call John, honey.
Tanya has a question. Was he taken out immediately? Pretty much. Yeah, it was pretty fast. That's the reason I got so upset with people that would not get off of Brandy and Tyler about Monkey. Listen, kids should be able to play outside. Kids should be able to play video games. He wanted to play a video game. His mom's going to look at some lamps. This guy had been trolling the mall, just like Adrian, Sarah, and Brandon did when they were looking for a child to abduct. You know, you can't do it nowadays. Actually, you couldn't do it then. That's the reason they had kids on milk cartons. I said, this child's missing, this child's missing, this child's missing, this child's missing. And this woman has had a really, really rough time. But they took their energy and put it another way. I mean, there's people that still blame the parents of Polly Klaas when someone broke into their home and took her. These people, what they do, they're such pedos that they just go around shopping for kids. That's the reason when I was growing up, it was like, don't answer the door, don't answer the phone, don't talk to anyone you don't know. Well, I got it. But what happens if they just grab her? They just grab you. You can't pay attention all the time. And if this is very troubling for anyone, let me know. And I will switch it to something else. But I think it's really important to understand the backstory to the Adam Project. And Katie had a very, very, very important comment. She said, the Adam Project, they tried to make it a federal law where if a child goes missing, there is an immediate alert everywhere. Well, it didn't get done because we know politicians are worthless and fucking lazy. Later, it became an Amber Alert. 2 different cases, though.
Tell Reve to try not to worry, Mom. I'll be right there. You will find him. Ray, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Adam's lost.
Lost? How do you mean?
I don't know. Gentlemen, sorry.
Keep me posted.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Please, can you help me find my little boy?
Excuse me. Have you seen a little boy with a red baseball hat waiting around here? No? Oh, all right. Just thank you.
I've searched the whole mall and I can't find him.
Ma'am, do you want to call the police?
Has he ever wandered off?
No, he doesn't wander off. I told him to stay right here in the toy department. He knew not to leave. It's a rule.
You did this before?
Yes.
So he knows his way around the mall?
Well, not by himself. He's only 6.
Do you have a picture with you, a snapshot, anything we can use for the time being?
I have one, honey. Just.
His name is Adam Walsh.
Start looking.
If you have any information, please call customers.
John! I came right back.
Find him.
In 10 minutes at the mall.
Grant.
They think he's wandered off.
Find
You
him.
know
He's a
he
smart
wouldn't do
little
that.
boy. It'll be okay. How are you? I'm John Walsh.
Detective Jack Hoffman. Does Adam know his way home?
Yes, but he wouldn't leave without me.
Yeah, he knows his way. I taught him all the landmarks, but he's never done it.
He's around here somewhere. Help us find him.
But maybe he went home.
Well, we'll have a squad car there in a minute.
Well, I'll go too,
Good.
so he won't be so scared.
Listen,
We'll find
we're going to keep looking around here. Do you have other people looking? Because
If the announcement hasn't done it by now, he's probably not around here anymore. If you don't find him and he's not at home, we'll need you down at the headquarters for more information.
Officer, is there any sign of Adam at all?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Honey.
Honey, what are you doing?
I want to leave him a note in case he comes back to the car.
Oh, that's a good idea.
headquarters. This is Detective Hump. Yeah, you got anything on that Walsh boy?
No, don't rip it off.
Not at home.
We'll find him. Let's go. Let's go to headquarters.
Why didn't anyone see him? How can a little boy just disappear by himself and nobody see that? Doesn't anybody care?
People mind their own business mostly. This is Mrs. Walsh. This is Lieutenant Dick Hines and Detective Jim Gibbs.
Somebody took Adam. That's what happened.
Who do you think took him?
I don't know.
Do you know of anyone who'd want to take your son?
No.
Do you have any reason to think that someone would want to take your child as well?
No reason, but
Now,
Adam
don't
wouldn't
let
walk-
your imagination run away with you. Let's stick to practical matters.
You don't think he was kidnapped?
All we know is that something is preventing Adam from going home or getting in touch with you. Now, if it's someone who knows you or who you know, they'll get in contact with you. If it's someone who saw a child and snatched him, they may not know how to get in touch with you.
What kind of person would
Now, again, let's stick to practical matters. Does Adam know his address?
Yes. Phone number?
Yeah, he does.
Does he know his area code?
No.
Neither do I.
Why?
If he were outside the 305 area, he may not know how to call you.
The Hollywood police are looking for this little boy who disappeared from the Hollywood Mall earlier today. His name is Adam Walsh. He's the only child of John and Reve Walsh of Fort Lauderdale.
Hello?
He was last seen in the toy department of the Sears store watching
No,
some
this is
other
Joe,
kid
John's
play a
brother.
video game. He was wearing a red baseball cap,
Yeah,
green
thank
shorts,
you. I appreciate
and
the call.
striped
Listen, we're trying to keep the line
The
clear.
police think he might be lost and looking for
Thank you.
help.
I'll tell him you called.
If anyone who was at the Hollywood Mall earlier today
Somebody has
remembers
him, I
seeing
know it.
anything that might help find
He'd never leave on his own.
please call the Hollywood police.
John will know what to do. We'll find him.
Now for
Oh, Joe, somebody has him. Somebody has Adam.
We'll find him, Mom.
When they play together, do Adam and Clifford ever talk about a place or pretend a place that Adam might go to? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think of anything. Well, he's been gone since noon. Well, if you think of anything, Sue, please call our house. Thanks.
Well, if you can't do it, let me talk to the duty officer, will you? Thanks.
Do you mind if I listen in?
Sergeant, we'd like to get some help. We have a missing child here in Hollywood. His name is Adam Walsh. His description's probably on your wire. We wondered if you could get a radio alert out to your patrols. We have routine in our department too, but there's a child involved here. He could be under your jurisdiction right now. He says he's got 30 cases of his own piled up. He can't even start looking for our wire until next week.
We can't make them do it.
I mean, they don't even read the wires.
We're getting the word out to all local police departments as fast as we can.
What good is that if they're just as busy as everybody around here is and they don't have time to pay attention? What about a poster?
Yes, you should do a poster.
You don't do a poster?
I don't have the personnel.
Well, I do. Just give me someplace I can work.
He was last seen in the toy department of the Sears store in the Hollywood Mall. He is 6.5 years old, 45 pounds, sandy brown hair. He was wearing a red baseball cap, green shorts, and a striped shirt. If you see a little boy who might be Adam Walsh, please call the Hollywood Police Department.
Hold a second, John. Dan, John has posted a $5,000 reward for Adam. Get the cash out of the company account. Get it to me as quick as you can. John, we'll get it over there just as fast as humanly possible. What else?
I'm going to ask for a lot of help here, Ray. My main concern right now is distance. There's no guarantee that any law enforcement agencies outside of Hollywood are going to make a big effort to find Adam. We have to get to them.
Well, we've got lots of contacts in South Florida. We'll start pulling some strings.
Oh, good. Thanks, Ray.
Is there anywhere he would want to go? I mean, if whoever has him wants to make him happy, and they ask him, "Hey, Adam, what's your favorite place? Where would you like to go?" What would he say, Miss Walsh?
Home.
But then they say there's nobody home. Your mommy and daddy have gone. There's nobody home.
He wouldn't believe that. He knows we're looking for him.
No matter how smart kids are, people can confuse them. Adam's crying. He's making it very unpleasant for this individual, and he says, okay, Adam, I'll take you home. But first, if you had your choice of any place in the whole world, where would you like to go? You want to go see a big league game? Go see the Braves?
Disney World. John was going to take him there. Or fishing. Adam loves to go fishing. Somebody must have seen something. There were so many people there. Somebody had to see something.
Would one of you come with me to put the money in the safe? Regulations.
How come?
It may be hard for you to imagine when you're in here, John, but everybody is getting the word out. Radio, television, the papers, people are talking about Adam. People are looking for Adam.
We'll find him, Ray. I'm sure of that.
If there's anything I can do, anything the company can do, just say the word.
Thanks.
How are you? How's everybody?
Functioning, you know me. I just let my mind take over. I don't let. I thought we'd have it back by now. I really thought we'd have it back now.
Okay, we have a few questions about this case. And the only reason I'm going through this today is because they brought up the Adam Project in Quentin's case. Not that Adam Walsh is not important. He was born November 14th, 1974. He was abducted July 27th, 1981. His severed head was found 2 weeks later in a drainage canal alongside Highway 60, the Yeshaw Junction in rural Indian River County, Florida. Otis Toole died in prison of liver failure in 1996. No other evidence has come up since. However, he was at the mall. He did have a proclivity for being with younger children. So July 27th, 81, Adam was with his mom and they went to the mall. So she was looking for a lamp. He wanted to play Atari. So she said, yeah, play Atari. I'm going to go look for this lamp. She came back and none of the boys were there and Adam wasn't there. I still think that the other boys saw something really scary and just didn't want to talk. Now, a store manager said that a scuffle had broken out. I think the scuffle was Otis Toole grabbing him.
For anything, anytime. You gotta know.
They're setting up a room for us.
It's getting dark.
Hundreds of volunteers have joined in the search for 6.5-year-old Adam Walsh, who disappeared from the Hollywood Mall earlier today. There is a reward of $5,000 for any information leading to his whereabouts, but there are still no clues.
Hello.
Michael? It's Aunt Jean.
Yes, Aunt Jean.
This afternoon, something terrible happened.
Okay, I want to talk about something that Wist brought up, which is super important. Super important. Again, not trying to cross cases. Good morning, Michelle. Reed Duncan. July 27th is the same day Michael disappeared. In my conversations with Stacy Wandra, he referenced the case of Adam Walsh a few times. If you remember, this has nothing to do with children. Ruby Ridge, Oklahoma City bombing, Waco, April 19th. It has a significance to some people. This date had a huge significance to Stacy Wandra. And that will be another show.
Adam! Cooter! Cooter, it's Dad.
Yes, I'm calling from the Hollywood, Florida Police Department. We want to be sure that you've gotten our wire on a lost child, Adam Walsh. Yes, go in and check. I'll hold on.
Cooter! It's Dad, Coot. Adam! Cooter, it's Dad! Adam! Adam!
We're gonna find him tomorrow.
Adam. Adam. Adam.
I'll find him. We're gonna find him. I swear. I swear. He's gonna hear us and he's gonna see us. He's gonna know we love him and that we're doing it. We're gonna to get him back.
He must be so afraid. He must be so afraid.
I thought the FBI automatically helps anytime there's a kidnapping.
Mr. Walsh, a disappearance is not limited to kidnapping. There must be a ransom demand or evidence that he's been taken out of state before we can get involved.
Then you won't help at all.
It's not a matter of won't, Mr. Walsh. If we get involved in every missing child case, we'd never be able to do any other work.
Look, the Hollywood police are doing everything they can. Hundreds of volunteers are out there looking for him. Can't you send alerts to your offices just to get the word out?
Only if we have proof that he's been kidnapped.
What else could it be? 6-year-old boys don't get on a bus to Omaha. This is not a runaway.
Mr. Walsh, we cannot become officially involved in your son's case. I hope you understand.
No, I don't understand.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, don't be hysterical parents, okay? The more controlled and conversational, the better your message will get across, okay? Okay, we're rolling. Just introduce yourselves.
We're the parents of Adam Walsh, who's been missing since yesterday noon from the Hollywood Mall. He's a very bright child, but very shy and rather introverted. He's of slim build, and we would appreciate anything. Anyone could give us any information. He's our only child. There's a possibility that he's been abducted, and that people have been telling him that they're going to take him back to his parents. That's not true.
And we want to let him know that no matter what he's being told, everyone is looking for him, and that he's not somewhere he's supposed to be. He should be here with us.
We hope that he got scared last night and he fell asleep. And he's out there somewhere right now on the street.
Look for landmarks, Adam. Look for landmarks, and you'll be able to find your way home.
Isn't this the Highland County Sheriff's Department? Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hillsborough. I'd like to speak with Sheriff Walter Heinrich, please. Yeah. Sheriff Heinrich, this is Ray Millette, Hollywood, Florida. Now, I'm calling on behalf of Mr. John Walsh.
You don't have to do that.
Oh, I'm just doing some to break up the waiting.
I understand.
Tell me, do they usually find the children?
Oh, I'm not a policeman. I'm a secretary.
I know, but you work here. You've seen a lot.
They turn up. He's lost, that's all.
In 6 years, since the moment he was born, this is the first time that I don't know where my son is. I knew where he was every second of his life, whether I was with him or not. I could tell you where he was.
He'll turn up. They'll find him.
I can't tell you how grateful we are, Senator Hawkins. Thank you. She's going to talk to the FBI.
Maybe it'll help.
If the United States Senator can't get them off their butts, I don't know who can.
It's next on the list.
Volunteer patrols, that's covered. Other police departments, the office is following up. Psychics.
I'm doing that. What about other witnesses?
They can't find a soul. How could that be, Reve? Not one person noticed. Doesn't anybody see? Doesn't anybody look out for children in trouble?
Any word? The extra posters will be ready tonight, and I'll get them to Georgia and Alabama. Oh, by the way, printer wouldn't take the check.
It's covered. I transferred everything on the savings.
John. He won't take the money. Said he's got kids too.
Let's go home. Can't do any more here tonight. Feels as if we've been away a lifetime.
Why's Adam's light on?
Make the house bright. A little welcoming.
Good. He'll be home. He'll be home soon.
Mommy, Daddy, I'm sorry if I made you worry.
Honey, we should get some sleep.
blue van near the store exit. That's all the kid remembers seeing.
Boy who looked like Adam, who looked like he was being forced to get it.
Our witness can't even remember the license. Doesn't even know if it was Florida.
So all we have to do is find a blue van somewhere in the United States. And it could be anywhere. We don't know anything yet.
We're checking the FBI computer for stolen blue vans.
FBI computer?
Yeah.
The FBI can locate your stolen truck, but not your stolen child?
Yeah.
Have I got my head on wrong or what? The FBI will go after stolen cars in this country, but they won't search for my son.
Yes.
Yes. I have it. Right. Okay, yeah. Well, thank you very much. We'll call you back. Said they'd take us day after tomorrow. You heard. I said I'd call him back.
Well, good. Tell him you'll come. It's the Heartland show, John. People all over the country will see his picture.
Well, they want us both, you know.
What if Adam comes home and we're both in New York?
Honey, I know how you hate doing this kind of thing, but I'd rather not be alone right now. Would you come with me?
All right. I will.
Good, Reve.
There shouldn't be any problem. Got an iron?
Mr. Walsh? Mrs. Walsh? Hi, I'm Kristen Brown with Child Fine.
Good to meet you.
We're going to be on the show together tomorrow morning. I asked Julie Papes to join us for dinner. You should meet.
We need your help. It's been over 2 years since Eitan vanished, and the media doesn't pay much attention to us anymore.
I'm very sorry, but you know, we're still trying to find our son.
I know. I'm not asking for your help in finding Eitan. And I hope and pray that you find Adam and that he's fine. But we need your voice. Right now, you're in the spotlight, and you're a father. Up until now, it's just been mothers of missing children. A father has to speak.
Over 1.5 million children are reported missing every year, and for 50,000, we have no clues as to where they are. They simply disappear. Vanish.
50,000, really?
And at first there's a big flurry of attention, and then a long wait, possibly a lifetime. Right now, we need your voice to help for your Adam and for all the other children.
We want to, but it's hard to think about all the other children when your own child is missing.
We're living through this nightmare, and we're the ones who have to make people care.
We thought you were going to offer to help us.
Be our voice, Mr. Walsh.
This is Jones of Vero Beach.
This is Detective Gibbons in Hollywood, Mr. Walsh.
Just a minute. Hello, yeah.
This is not positive. You understand this is not positive?
I understand.
The remains of a young boy have been found in a canal in Vero Beach. Now, the Indian River Sheriff's Department needs to make a positive identification. I do not recommend that you come down here now, nor that you send any of your family members to make a visual identification. Can you provide dental records for Adam?
Somebody will get him to you. He has sandy brown hair, medium build, about 4 foot tall and about 47 pounds. He's a very introverted, sheltered, but very bright little boy.
John, this has been a long night, particularly. It's been a long 2 weeks, God knows. What happened last night?
Well, among the many possible sightings and reported clues on Adam, they have found the remains of a young person in Florida, which at this time they're trying to identify whether it is Adam or not. At this time, they feel there is a good possibility that it is not Adam. Therefore, they felt that we should come on and carry the word of Adam to the public, because there's a good likelihood that he's still out there with his abductors.
What kind of help have you had in the last couple of weeks?
Overwhelming community support. This was the largest search in the history of South Florida for a little boy in the Hollywood area. But the lack of organized efforts on the part of state and federal governments to assist parents in locating their children after they leave the immediate area is just totally unbelievable in a country of our size.
We've got a long way to go. And again, this picture, if we can put it back, of Adam Walsh, whose parents are with us, and we thank them for joining us, and we hope that and pray that he'll be back with them.
You don't think we should try calling?
He said he'd call as soon as they made a positive identification. Please. Please. Whatever happens, I love you. We go on. Whatever happens, we survive.
Answer it, please, John. It might be Adam, it might be Adam.
Hello? Yes? Yes, I heard. Yes, I understand.
Oh, God.
Yes, he's here.
John?
No.
John? John, please tell me. John, please.
No.
John.
No.
No.
Animal. Something. Some non-human. They found our baby's head. They found our baby's head.
Everyone, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. He gets the phone call. That they found his son's head. Veronica is talking about Quentin. I think she wanted to sleep from the drugs and sex with the drug dealer the night before, and Quentin wanted up and got passed out, grabbed a toy, and just started beating him. Sounds plausible. Yeah, and I think she was also mad that she couldn't get the medication that she was asking for from getting her little twofer pulled. Mr. Quinn said, "Let it out, John. Let it out." I agree.
1.5 million children are reported missing every year, and for 50,000, we have no clues as to where they are. They simply disappear.
50,000, really?
And at first there's a big flurry of attention, and then a long wait, possibly a lifetime. Right now, we need your voice to help for your Adam and for all the other children.
We want to, but it's hard to think about all the other children when your own child is missing.
We're living through this nightmare, and we're the ones who have to make people care.
We thought you were going to offer to help us.
Be our voice, Mr. Walsh.
This is Jones of Vero Beach.
This is Detective Gibbons in Hollywood, Mr. Walsh.
Just a minute.
This is not positive. You understand? This is not positive.
I understand.
The remains of a young boy have been found in a canal in Vero Beach. Now, the Indian River Sheriff's Department needs to make a positive identification. I do not recommend that you come down here now, nor that you send any of your family members to make a visual identification. Can you provide dental records for Adam?
Somebody will get him to you.
He has sandy brown hair, medium build, about 4 foot tall and about 47 pounds. He's a very introverted, sheltered, but very bright little boy.
John, this has been a long night, particularly. It's been a long 2 weeks, God knows. What happened last night?
Well, among the many possible sightings and reported clues on Adam, they have found the remains of a young person in Florida, which at this time they're trying to identify whether it is Adam or not. At this time, they feel there is a good possibility that it is not Adam. Therefore, they felt that we should come on and carry the word of Adam to the public, because there's a good likelihood that he's still out there with his abductors.
What kind of help have you had in the last couple of weeks?
Overwhelming community support. This was the largest search in the history of South Florida for a little boy in the Hollywood area. But the lack of organized efforts on the part of state and federal governments to assist parents in locating their children after they leave the immediate area is just totally unbelievable in a country of our size.
We've got a long way to go. And again, this picture, if we can put it back, of Adam Walsh, whose parents are with us, and we thank them for joining us, and we hope that and pray that he'll be back with them.
You don't think we should try calling?
He said he'd call as soon as they made a positive identification. Please. Please. Whatever happens, I love you. We go on. Whatever happens, we survive.
Oh, answer it, please, John. It might be Adam. It might be Adam.
Hello? Yes? Yes, I heard. Oh, God. Yes, I understand.
Oh, God.
Yes, she's here.
Oh, God.
Goodbye.
John?
No.
John? John, please tell me. John, please.
No.
John.
No. Some animal. Something. Some human. They found our baby's head. They found our baby's head. They found. Someone free. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. 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 This damn. Adam. Damn world, this damn world. This damn.
We'll go.
Damn world. Where
did you kill my little boy? Why did you kill him? Why did you kill my little boy? Do what? Do what?
Go home.
Do what?
Go home.
For what?
For us, you're right. Go on. It's life.
Oh, that was before. I never thought he could really be dead. And all this time, I never thought he could really be dead.
We can go on.
I'm dead. We're gonna win. Oh.
Come dine with us. Amen, hallelujah. Come shine in us. Come, Lord Jesus, Maranatha. Come pray with us. Amen, hallelujah. Come stay with us.
3 weeks ago, I received a call. My little cousin Adam had disappeared. His grandmother asked me to pray, and I did. Many thousands of people prayed for this little boy who knew him only from a picture and the love of his family. Did all these prayers go unanswered? Why did this terrible tragedy take place? Answers defy human understanding. But I believe that Adam understands, and that he himself proved to be the comfort for his family. So long for now, Cooter. We'll see you again. We promise.
Make me a channel of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me bring your love. Where there is injury, your pardon, Lord. And where there's doubt, true faith in you. Make me a channel of your peace. Where there is despair in life, let me bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. And where there's sadness, ever joy. Make me a channel of your peace. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. In giving of ourselves that we receive. And in dying that we're born to eternal life.
You've really fixed the place up since you were here. It's wonderful.
When we were kids, John and I used to make believe we were Mohawk Indians. Remember when your dad snuck up and surprised us?
Oh, yes. Hands up, Mohawk brave.
All right, let's have a comfort break. Let's take a stretch. I should have my camera on so you could see me. Nutlin said, do-it-yourself videos. This is so sad. I apologize, baby. I do. You know I love you, Nutlin. You know I do. Sarah said, has Brandy and Tyler been in touch with the Walshes? If not, might be good if they do. That is their business 100%. I can't even tell you how many people they have been in touch with. They definitely know what's going on. And yeah, it's extremely sad, but it's important. I mean, think about what we've been listening to. I should have done something funny. You know, something to take our minds off of things. I just really wanted to show the backstory of the Adam Project because I do believe it's extremely important. Mr. Quinn said, I'm sorry, but I stay with John Walsh. Me too. I do too. And when people say he's an asshole, he's this, he's this, he's this, he's this, his wife's a drunk, this. How, I'd be the biggest bitch in the world if someone grabbed my child playing a video game and I find their head in a damn ditch. You better believe there wouldn't be enough alcohol in the world to get me through the day. No way. I think this family has done way more than most families do. They took those spikes and they turned them into good for other people. They made legislation. They got involved with politics. He had a show on. We have Code Adam. You go to Woodland Hills Mall right now and someone can't find their child. We have something called Code Adam. They shut all the doors. Nobody can get in or out. Not one person. No one is leaving that freaking mall until that child is found. We don't care if you're on your lunch break. It doesn't matter. Well, good morning, Sanja Stranger. We have about 45 minutes until we get back to the trial. Shonda, Walmarts have Code Adam too. They do. Let me tell you a story about that. Okay? My oldest son, who is 31 now and in the Air Force, ran away from me at the Walmart, or as Daisy said, the Walmarts. That's what she always calls it, the Walmarts. I could not find him. But you know, when you're in a panic, I'm all over the place, okay? So when I did find him, he started screaming, fire. And I thought, you're going to feel fire on your ass when I whip it. So they did a Code Adam on us. And I couldn't leave the store until I proved he just wanted a fucking Power Ranger. Yeah. I wouldn't change that memory for a moment, though.
Thank you so much for letting us come. We just couldn't stay in Florida.
I'm glad you came.
The guest room is yours, and we're here if you need us.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Stay in Ithaca as long as you like.
Adam would have loved this.
Why did I think I would feel him less than I do back home? I hear him everywhere. See him everywhere.
They'll get that animal. They'll get him because he'll just do it to another kid. I want to know. I want to see him caught, punished, executed, killed. I want revenge. I want revenge for my little boy. I want revenge.
I love you, John.
I love you too, Rebecca. I do. I love you. But it isn't enough, is it? The strongest thing we have in common now is grief. Love isn't enough, is it?
Oh, honey. isn't enough.
I'm sorry.
Okay, off topic. Mr. Quinn said, and Walmart lets grown men go into women's restrooms because they told me as an employee that I couldn't tell him which one to go into. A grown man. He doesn't need to be going to the girls' potty. Now, I'm not going to call out any states or anything like that, but I do know that there is a particular store and a particular state where they're putting feminine products in the men's bathroom. Shit makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I saw that on your news, by the way, Mr. Quinn.
I used to believe in everything. God, country, family. The dream. Had it. American dream. Nobody was stronger. Adam Walsh's dad. Except the freak that killed him. And society that let him do it.
Do you really think you could have done something?
No, I don't. I just thought if a child got lost, the government would do something about it, but the government doesn't have to do anything about it, so they don't. This was a model kid. Never even let him go to the park by himself. He never disobeyed. Never. I taught him to listen to adults, to respect his elders, to be a little gentleman.
That's how we were raised, John.
You know, I never taught him how to scream. He might be alive today. Screamed. I'll never have another kid. That animal killed any other children we might have had. He might also have killed. I only hope he didn't kill our marriage.
I try to stop myself from looking back. To stop reliving that last day. Those last few minutes with him. I know I should look ahead. But I just can't.
Maybe it's too soon.
It just hurts so much to imagine a whole life without Adam. I'd rather look back because that's where he is.
What about John?
I hope we can get through this.
Think I should go out and try to look for John?
He's back. We haven't talked for days. Every time we try to talk, we break down. What's going to happen to us? We can't can't lean on each other, who can we lean on? We have nobody else. Nobody knows what we feel. We can't tell them. It's like a color you've never seen before. Only you know, John. I can't feel anything anymore. I'm numb. Tears come, I don't know where from. Crying is like breathing to me now.
Maybe we should leave the country.
Maybe.
Going home didn't help. Coming here didn't help. Maybe we should leave the country.
Maybe. Where could we go?
I don't know. Ireland. Just give it all up and go to Ireland.
This is a lot for everyone to take in. Do you all know? Here's an icebreaker for you. We'll come back to this, okay? What do you guys do when Jehovah's Witnesses come to your house? Because they kept knocking and knocking and knocking on the door. Okay, they did. I will come back to the Adam Walsh story because I can see a lot of people are upset. Like Sarah, grief is a roller coaster. Well, it's pretty grieful for the damn Jehovah's Witnesses today. I'm going to go through this with you almost scientifically so you can see what happened today at the house. It seems they have an issue with my cat, but we'll see. You can hear the show in the background.
Yeah.
Well, what do you guys? It's been exceptionally warm out. Have you not noticed?
It's been a bit too hot for October.
Yep, 92 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
So, what did Jehovah's Witnesses do?
Well, we study the Bible.
Of course.
Yeah.
Now, how come you must be offended by our decorations?
No, I was actually going to talk to you about that.
Mhm.
Which is, a lot of people are thinking about the afterlife right now. And this is actually something the Bible talks about, which is to have everlasting life. Is that thought familiar? Are you familiar with that thought?
Oh, I'm Baptist, so yeah.
Okay.
Mhm,
So
yeah.
everlasting life is something that God.
Normally, in Oklahoma, when you tell someone you're Baptist, whether you're talking about football or religion or politics, they get the fuck away from you. But they wanted to keep talking to me. Little do they know, I'm so Baptist, I have 7 crock pots. If you're Baptist, you know.
Is that thought familiar? Are you familiar with that thought?
Oh, I'm Baptist, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everlasting life is something that God is encourages us to look or to reach out for. And it says here.
And this is not satanic or anything. I know I've had a few people come over and they're like, no, hold on, those are black cats, but I have a black cat.
I do too. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Is it a Bombay cat?
I don't know.
Is it?
It showed up in a tree in our yard about 2 months ago.
Don't be telling the bitches that hate me, but I was holding the phone in one hand and a Coors Light in the other. Okay? And they kept talking to me. Yep. Come over and they're like, no, hold on, those are black cats, but I have a black cat.
I do too. Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Is it a Bombay cat?
I don't know.
Is it?
It showed up in a tree in our yard about 2 months ago.
There you go.
And
all right.
She just decided to stay. Yeah, so we're not judging anybody. We're just offering encouraging. I lost my spot here.
Okay.
Encouraging news from the Bible, but it says here in John 17:3. I don't know if you're familiar with the scripture, but it says this means everlasting life. So everlasting life, that's living forever. This means everlasting life. They're coming to know you, the only true God, and the one whom you sent, Jesus Christ. But I just thought that, if you think about that scripture, he's talking about living forever. And this is actually something that we're offering. We're offering free home Bible studies, but it's enjoy life forever. And it's a thought that
Y'all dare me to call him and get the free home Bible study for Greg Jones, my husband? Jerry said, "What's up with court?" They're not back for like another 30 minutes. They had a long lunch break. So I'm talking about my visit with the Jehovah's Witnesses right now. I'm sorry, Jerry, because I know we're all so in tuned to Quentin's case, the trial. I would call DT Driver, but he'd be like, "Don't call me when you're live."
We're offering free home Bible studies, but it's enjoy life forever. And it's a thought that some people believe that they're going to go to heaven after they die, but that you'll might find interesting is the Bible actually talks about people living on earth forever. And these are
Well, we can't live on earth forever. That wouldn't make any sense. This is the devil's earth.
Right. And this would be after the
at this time.
Yes.
Right now. Because I mean, you've seen what's going on.
That's absolutely
You
right.
saw that woman that died of fentanyl over there on Peoria.
Oh, really?
Left her dead.
At the bus stop?
Oh, we're the bus stop.
I heard somebody there.
And they're like, "We don't know what happened." I'm like, "Of course you do." Yeah. Well, I'll take that. I'll give it to my husband.
Great. And so this is just it'll kind of take you through, and you're asking about what your Jehovah's Witnesses believe. And this is
Well, I went to school with a Jehovah's Witness. I was in 6th grade, and she couldn't celebrate any holidays with us, and I felt always bad for her.
Yeah. We get that a lot. We there are things about the holidays that have been passed down traditionally, and we understand that a lot of people get wrapped up in that. But when we go to the Bible, we try to live according to what the first century disciples learned and what they practiced, and so we just kind of go back to the original.
Hold on. Real Rock and Robin said they're probably watching the show right now. I hope they are, because I told them to subscribe. I asked them to subscribe. 100%. I did. And old DT Driver is going to lose his shit if they show up this weekend, because he hates that. Yeah, it's sitting on the coffee. Actually, it's sitting on Greg's end table. Yeah. He's got it all right there.
When we go to the Bible, we try to live according to what the first century disciples learned and what they practiced, and so we just kind of go back to the original beliefs. But you'll like this brochure, because it really discusses a lot of things that that you might be curious about with the Jehovah's Witnesses. So.
Now, do you guys sing traditional hymns at your church, or do you have how do you do it?
Well, they're actually they're Bible based. They're taken from scriptures in the Bible, and but they are, I think, would you say
we have songs. They're not probably what you would refer to as traditional hymns. Not.
Oh no, I understand. Yeah.
But yeah, we have songs and written based on a Bible scripture.
Are they with you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let you guys get back to what you're doing.
Tell me what's your name.
My name is Brooks.
Brooks. I'm Charles.
Hi, Charles.
This is Scott.
Nice to meet you.
So you mentioned just one more thought. You mentioned the devil's world. We agree completely with that.
We do.
And the Bible mentions the ruler of this world. But the Bible also talks about a time, you're familiar with Armageddon and the battle.
So you can tell I'm trying to sip a beer and trying to get a buzz on, and they keep trying to freaking talk to me, and I can't stand it. Anytime I go, it means I'm trying to swallow some beer. Drives me nuts when people are talking to me when I'm trying to get my buzz on.
Yeah, we do.
And the Bible mentions the ruler of this world. But the Bible also talks about a time, you're familiar with Armageddon and the battle where Satan and his forces will battle against God and his forces.
I love your hat,
And-
by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. God will be victorious in that. And the Bible talks about a time when the earth will be restored back to.
Oh,
what
are
it
they
was-
are
what it
they
was in
going?
the
Are they
beginning.
going to Linda's house?
Yeah.
Oh hell, get him out of there! No, I'm serious. Tell him don't go to Linda's
Chrissy.
house. Get the fuck out of there! No.
What's going on there?
Oh no, I wouldn't. Listen, I was trying to help him because there was a couple of women across the street putting up flyers and trying to talk to people. The minute I saw them knocking on Linda's door, I was like, no. Now, I didn't mean to use the F word in front of the Jehovah's Witnesses, but it had to be done. Out of there. No.
What's going on there?
Oh, no, I wouldn't go to, No, don't go to Linda's house.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you,
We'll
everyone.
leave that. You have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Yeah, don't be going to Linda's house. Gotta be kidding me. She'll pull out a shotgun. She'll kick the door open and be like, what do you want? No. No. Don't be bothering Linda. Goodness, no.
Oh, God, there's nowhere. Where can we go? There's nowhere.
John, just look at me, please. We can't isolate each other. We've heard again and again how marriages can't survive this kind of thing.
It will, I promise.
Not if we can't even face each other without breaking down. Please, let's just look at each other.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I'm ashamed. I'm just so ashamed. When I should have helped, I couldn't. I failed him.
You didn't. You raised your son to be a fine man, and he would have been a fine man, just like you are. I was so proud of Adam, and I was so proud of you because of him.
But I wasn't there when he needed me.
You, of all people, didn't fail him.
I want him back. I want to go into his room at night and kneel down next to his bed and listen to him breathe. When he fell down, I could pick him up. And I could always make it better, but I can't make it better anymore.
Please, let's help each other.
I can't help you any more than I can help
If that's true, then we have nothing left. Not Adam, not each other. There'll never be a minute in my life when I won't miss Adam, when I won't reach out to hold him. To hold him. But right now, I need you. I need us together, and so do you. We didn't fail Adam. You didn't. I didn't. But we can fail each other.
A garage. Something I think you should see. Might help.
I'm all right. I think.
Come see. John, take a look in the garage.
This is amazing.
You said there was a lot of mail. You didn't say there was a garage full.
There's over 20,000 letters here. We didn't want to bother you, so we kept it in some kind of order.
There's a check here. The great effort to find your little boy touched us deeply, and we wanted to make some donation in his memory, but we did not know where. So please use this in any way you think right.
My heart goes out to you and my prayers too.
I wish with all my heart I could say or do something to take your heartaches away.
Though I hesitated touching your grief, I could not hold back from reaching out to you.
Words a little comfort to you now, but please know that our thoughts and our prayers have been and still are with you. Hold on to your courage and your faith.
I was shocked and deeply saddened to learn of your tragedy. Words are inadequate to express my sorrow to you and Reve.
I thought this letter might comfort you both just a little. I feel for what you've been through and are going to go through.
Honey, tomorrow's a work day. Shouldn't we get some rest?
You go on. I'd like to sort through the letters.
I'll go and pack.
Thanks.
Well, you're a big boy now. Yeah, we're going to put you in a big knee then. Huh? Well, one day soon we will have a little brother or sister, and we'll give it to her.
Or him?
Or him. Mm-hmm. Oh, you like that? Yes. Oh.
He goes by so fast.
Oh, I love you.
He was just born.
The big bed. Yes, you get the big bed.
They?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
6 short years. And so much to remember.
He had some wonderful years. You and John were wonderful parents.
6 short years.
Oh, come on in, honey.
I'm gonna carry in one of these boxes. I'd like to take this first set of letters. Got that? Yeah, okay.
Morning.
Morning. Coffee's up.
Thanks. What are you doing?
Well, John said to forward these. Like this pile goes to child fine, this pile goes to the police department.
But these came to us.
Well, John said to separate them and send them along.
Where is he?
It's in the garage.
John, I don't want you to send these letters.
Honey, we have no way of dealing with all this. There's more coming
Should we
in
do the
every
same
day.
thing to
Some of
all
these
these
kids
people
are
that was done to us? Should we pass them along, mind our own business?
can't
These
handle it.
letters came to us.
I can't handle it. I just look at a couple and my throat aches. My hands are
I
trembling.
must have read 100 letters last night. And at first, every one of them made me cry. But then I stopped crying. I actually stopped crying. One woman wrote that they spent every cent they had on private detectives trying to find their daughter, just like us. Their entire life savings, and they still don't know whether their daughter is alive or dead.
What can we do about all that, about all this?
I don't know. Maybe, I've been thinking, maybe some kind of place, some kind of office.
I love you. Fact is, we're completely broke.
Well, you know I'll co-sign a loan for you, but I'd rather you take some money out of the company in advance.
You've been carrying me for over 2 months, and I'm way behind in everything we've been doing.
Right? Just plow into the work. Your own good. Get your mind on something else. I think we should go after a big convention for the grand opening. Think you can get to work on that tomorrow?
Thursday, first thing. I go to Detroit tomorrow. There's a talk show about missing children. They want me to tell what happened again.
Well, I think work would be a lot better for you, but if you feel you want to, go ahead.
We're just starting up, so we're not really ready to help you in that way, but I would suggest you get in touch with Child Fund. Okay, I'll be right with you. Yes, Child Fund is essentially a toll-free number for any child needing help getting back to its parents, but it's also for anyone with any information about missing children. I'm sorry again. Can you hold, please? Thank you. Adam Walsh Outreach Center.
Look, I've always appreciated Senator Hawkins' concern. I really have, and I'd really like to help Mr. Howell.
Just call me Jay. Being a Senate investigator sounds more impressive than it is, so call me Jay.
Okay, Jay, what does the senator need to get her bill passed anyway?
Well, there are actually 2 bills in Congress. Senator Hawkins' bill in the Senate and Congressman Simon's bill in the House.
Well, what's the problem? Who could be against that?
Justice Department's against it, FBI's against it, and they're trying to turn congressmen and senators against it. See, they want to keep missing children a strictly local police matter. We need your testimony for the Senate subcommittee. Will you do it?
I'm not a politician.
Neither was I.
What would I say?
Just tell your story.
Look, we're just trying to get back to the business of normal living here, you know?
I appreciate that, Mr. Walsh. Really, I do. But we need to make every person in this country aware that over 1 million children disappear every year. We need to make the federal government do something to help find them. We need you to tell the story of what happened when Adam disappeared, how the FBI refused to help.
I'll let you know.
It'd be good if Mrs. Walsh could be there, too.
I'll let you know.
You'll be on a panel with Julie Pates and Mrs. Camille Bell of Atlanta, whose son...
Well, they did do a lot to get the federal government involved because they started an entire, what they call a CARD team. Child Active Response Deployment. To get the feds involved. So when people say, what are the FBI doing? We hear it all the time in Sebastian's case. We hear it all the time. Oh, they're there.
Was also murdered.
Look, I have to take all this stuff to the center. Can I drop you somewhere?
Yeah, the airport.
Good.
We'll talk more on the way.
I was afraid of that.
This tape was found in a mini warehouse along with 5 outfits of little boys' clothing, none of them Adam's. Unbelievably, he recorded the boys while he tortured and abused them. There are about 7, maybe only 6. They're difficult to identify. What they're going through is indescribable.
I understand.
If one of the boys is Adam, we've got his killer. Was one of the voices Adam's?
We realized that very few families in the United States could get the support financially or emotionally that we.
I'm loving what everyone's doing in chat. Put a child's name in that was murdered, still missing, just to keep the momentum going, please. I don't want anyone down in the dumps. Diana just said Madalena. Madalena Kojikari, Danny Dane said, more than 800,000 children reported missing each year, but an estimated 500,000 go missing without being reported. This means that a child goes missing in the U.S. every 40 seconds. Diana said, summer is in my heart. Look at this. Angel P. Gannon. KK. Summer. Love one another. Monkey. It can't happen anymore. It just can't. We can't run people's households, but by God, we can be better people. But you guys are amazing people.
We did. Many of my business associates and close friends have pooled their resources in the belief that collectively we could get Adam back. Since then, we've heard from hundreds of families with missing children and murdered children. And we realized that the majority of them never get that kind of support. After meeting with some of the mothers of missing children, with the horror of Adam's death still in the backs of our minds, we can never forget the looks on their faces as...
Put the desk right here like yours.
Oh, yes, sir.
And the telephone.
Mm-hmm, very good.
I forgot to bring pictures.
Oh, that's no problem. You can borrow mine to get some of your own, okay?
Can Kathy be my secretary?
Oh, I don't know, Adam. She's pretty busy.
I know if we had a little baby, we could play office and the baby could be my secretary if it's a girl.
Oh, careful, Adam. Sounds like a dangerous sexist remark to me.
Huh?
Sorry.
It's okay. We can never forget the looks on their faces.
As they still search for their children, determined that no matter what the cost, they would find them. In most cases, this is a hopeless and lost cause.
There were over 3,000 cases of child abuse in this county last year.
This country can launch a space shuttle, but does not have a
that, but he's been put in the hospital already once.
Or a nationwide search system.
He's very young and he's very frightened, so he'll say anything. But I think it's a very dangerous situation.
Although our hearts are broken, we are bound and determined that our story will be heard. On behalf of the other little children who are out there this very moment, frightened, terrified, and wondering when mommy or daddy or someone is going to help them. The children are the victims. This country is littered with mutilated, decapitated, raped, strangled children. And for the FBI or local authorities to arbitrarily decide whether they will enter a case or not is ludicrous, because the child is at risk. The child is the victim. Right now, at this very moment, there are little children out there in the hands of whatever, crying, pleading, and are begging that mommy and daddy or Mr. Policeman or someone come to their aid or look for them to save them. We are realists. And we are not asking for a national police force to search for every missing child, just asking for a centralized system. and that the FBI assist whenever possible when the sighting of a child is out of state and the local police can't follow up that lead.
Shouldn't be too much to ask for a great society. Just if his toys are still waiting for him. Reve, I don't want to have a child in Adam's shadow. I'm not brave enough for that.
John?
Yeah.
John? John, what in the world are you doing?
I don't know. Moving plants.
Well, you're bushed. Save your strength for the Donahue show. It's important.
Well, you're tired too.
Will you stop worrying about Joe and me? The Walshes are tough. Listen, last night, I came across a pair of cufflinks of your dad's. Why don't you wear them on the show? They're same initials, John Edward Walsh. You're as strong as he was.
Thanks, Graham.
And as wonderful. Now go on, get in there. Go on.
Graham said to say she's worried. Yeah, I know. All this traveling around the country is going to take its toll. Clean up, would you? Right there. Yeah, well, that too. But right now she's worried you get distracted and burn the burger. My entire history is chief barbecue for this clan. I have never burned a burger. Are you going to stay away overnight? No, we're coming right back. Reve doesn't want to be away from the outreach center a minute longer than she has to. You really think the Donahue show's going to work? I don't know. Something has to get the Missing Children's Act going again.
Now, the law, as I understand it, does not allow the FBI in this unless they have interstate evidence that your child was taken to another state. Is that right?
No, the federal kidnapping statute states that the FBI can enter the case of an apparent kidnapping if there is proof of a ransom note or proof of transport across a state line or otherwise.
So you're shaking the FBI by the lapels and saying, this is a kidnapping. You don't have to be a genius to conclude that.
Absolutely. I mean, I turned up a case of a foal, a horse and foal to Secretariat named Fran Frelouche that was missing. There was no ransom note. There was no evidence of transport across a state line. The FBI agent said, we entered the case because of the worth of the horse. We arbitrarily decided to do it. The horse was worth $500,000. I said, tell me what price you can put on a child. What happened to Adam was a tragedy. But unless the people in this room write their congressman, this bill is doing very poorly in the House of Representatives. I do not know why. This bill transgresses party lines. Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. It's a bill for the children. But unless the people here write the people in Congress that they elected to protect your children and get this bill passed,
and they didn't do it. No. Why do you think children are so disrespected in our country? It's definitely a conversation that needs to be had, and it's gone on for decades. This is not a new thing. Uh-oh. GB said because they're used to make money for sickos. I would agree with that. I would. And that's the truth. We never hear the other end of it. But they look as kids like it's a tick on your leg. Danny Dane said, where do they end up? Yeah, where do they? That's the reason I have such issues with the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm like, listen, I'm not saying it's not a bad deal at all. But here's the thing. He's 15 years old. There's more to it. 15, I will buy the runaway. 5, I won't. But that's just me. And remember, early voting is going on right now. Election day's coming up. Please, please, please research who you're voting for. Don't vote party. Don't vote politics. Please don't vote because you want to get one over on this uncle that you fight with all the time. Please research, especially locally.
They and I are considering maybe not having any more children because this country really isn't a safe place to raise children.
Now listen, your local police will tell you that they're doing everything they can. You go back there and make sure that they're doing everything you think they should, and if you have to, be rude. It's your child. Okay. Yes, you're welcome.
Over 40,000 letters and calls to Congress after the Donahue show. Jay Howell just told me. Can you imagine that?
That's wonderful, honey.
One television show, over 40,000.
That's great. Adam Walsh Outreach Center. Yes. You mean he's been missing for over 2 hours? Did you call the police? No, you must call the police immediately. No, hang up right now and call them. Yes, goodbye. That's the second time today that some mother has called here before calling the police.
You're wiped out, you know.
I don't think I can do it, John. You just have to go over it and over it. And I don't have the resources to help all the parents. This is too important. I can't let this get screwed up.
Well, you can't let it get out of proportion either.
It's not out of proportion. It's 1.5 million children.
You're right. Congressman Shaw, John Walsh. Glad I could talk to you before the hearing.
Yeah, glad you can be here.
Look, they're knocking their brains out, sir, in the Senate to pass a meaningful bill.
We're working pretty hard in the House, too, Mr.
Not hard enough.
Look, I'm quite aware that you find the House bill inadequate. Florida papers have been quoting it for weeks.
Not inadequate. Mr. Walsh, your bill doesn't even guarantee that missing children will be listed in the FBI computer. You're my congressman, Mr. Shaw. Where do you stand?
I haven't decided yet, but that computer isn't designed to take that much information.
That's not true. It can't.
That's not what I'm told.
Okay, you all, back to the trial. Are you ready?
With our counsel, and that the attorneys for the state are present as well as Detective Lemons. Anything we need to take up before we bring in the jury? Thank you. All right, very well. Please bring in the jurors.
Jurors entering.
Thank you very much, Smith. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. The day is beautiful. I'm glad you had an opportunity to experience a little bit of that. I want to ask, has everyone been able to comply with the court's instructions? No one has spoken with anyone about the case, discussed the case, or had any done any research? No. Okay, all right. Madam Parker, Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, the state would call our next witness, Dr. Darasol.
The evidence you say give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Doctor, will you tell the jury who you are and where you work, please?
Absolutely. My name is Laura, Lora, Darassaw, Darrisaw. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI.
And what do you do at the GBI?
I'm a medical examiner at the GBI.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your background, your education, your training to be a medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am. I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I then received my medical doctorate degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin. Following that, I did 4 years of residency training in pathology at the hospitals of the Medical College of Wisconsin, which trained me to be a general pathologist. And then I did specialty training in pediatric pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. And that was a 2-year fellowship. And then I did 1 year of specialty training in forensic pathology, and that was at the GBI through the Medical College of Georgia.
And how long have you been a medical examiner with the GBI?
Since 2004.
So about 20 years.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender Dr. Darassaw as an expert in forensic pathology at this time.
I'm familiar with Dr. Darassaw, there's no objection.
All right, the witness is so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And actually, I think it was 2002. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
2002.
22 years.
Yes.
All right. Can you explain to the jury just briefly what the duties of a medical examiner are?
So yeah, primarily the duties of a medical examiner are to examine people who have died in certain circumstances. Generally, the circumstances are that individual has died suddenly and unexpectedly, or has died from unnatural type events such as traumatic events. And the purpose of the role of the medical examiner is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy.
Tell them also what an autopsy is, since you mentioned that.
So an autopsy is an examination of a person who's died. There's 2 major components to the autopsy. The first component is the external examination. The external examination is very similar to the type of examination that we get when we go to the doctor as live people. We get our height and weight taken. The doctor examines our external body, and that's what the pathologist does. And then in an autopsy, there's also an internal component. And with the internal examination, the body is cut in such a manner as to remove the organs that are in the body cavities to evaluate those organs. And then, like I said, the purpose of doing the external and internal is to determine the cause of death and then a manner of death.
Okay. And when you do an autopsy, what sort of clues are you looking for that can tell you the cause and manner of death? I realize that's a long list, but could you just give us some examples?
Yeah, sure. Briefly, so to even begin an autopsy, we begin with information about the death, the circumstances of the death. And that is the same as when we go to the doctor. We have to tell the doctor why we're there. We have certain symptoms. There's a reason for us to be there. And that's the same with an autopsy. There's always some degree of information of the circumstances of the individual's death that we have to start with. Some of those circumstances are obvious in terms of the cause of death. We know that a person has gotten shot, and so it's kind of obvious that they died of potentially a gunshot wound. And in that instance, the autopsy documents the wounds, provides vital information for court purposes in terms of getting the bullet, for instance. In some instances, a person may die in bed, and we get information from family members about their history, and then that may give us clues as to why they died. So we always have to start with some pieces of information concerning the circumstances of that death.
All right. And is looking at someone's medical history a normal part of performing an autopsy to see what sort of help they were in?
That's correct.
Moving to this specific case involving 20-month-old Quentin Simon, after remains were found in this case, do you recall being consulted by members of the district attorney's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did they come and meet with you and show you photographs of what there was
That's
as far as
correct.
remains?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that those remains went to the FBI?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
To a forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
Okay. After the FBI was done, were the remains sent to your office?
Yes, following the FBI examination of the skeletal remains of this child, I did receive those skeletal remains, and my examination was limited because the FBI was primarily involved as anthropologists, and I'm not an anthropologist. So my involvement in terms of evaluating the skeletal remains was inventorying the bones that we received.
Now, in a situation where the remains are primarily bones, would you be able to perform an autopsy?
No, not in the sense of obviously what I've just described to you as a complete autopsy on an individual who, let's say, is an intact body. So when there's only bones, it's going to be very limited ability to be able to provide enough information to say how a person has died.
And so is it normal in the situation where the remains are basically bones for a forensic anthropologist to be consulted?
Yes.
I would like to talk to you about one specific potential cause of death, and that is what is commonly known as sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS, as people here are called. What is the medical term for that?
So SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome. That's the acronym for SIDS. And SIDS is a definition of a death. It's not anything that one finds in a child. So it's a very strict definition. SIDS is defined as a death in a child who's 1 year old or less, whereby the autopsy doesn't identify any specific cause of death. The autopsy doesn't identify an infectious disease process or trauma. So we call these negative autopsies. And so the autopsy is negative. In addition to that, the definition of SIDS also requires that the investigative information doesn't reveal any suspicious circumstances surrounding the death, or the investigation doesn't reveal any for instance, in a sleep environment, not an unsafe sleep environment that may cause a child to asphyxiate or suffocate. So it's very strictly defined as being a negative autopsy in a certain age, 1 year old or less, and no suspicious circumstances.
So a 20-month-old child would be too old to fall under the definition of SIDS.
That's correct.
Give me just 1 moment. Just to go a little bit further regarding the skeletal remains, in this specific case, you were not able to perform any of your duties beyond just doing an inventory of the bones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, this wasn't just like remains found lying out somewhere. They had actually been in a landfill and had damage done to the bones.
Correct. Subjected to, environmental damage as a result of being in the landfill.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jaroslaw. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
So when you received the remains, you weren't able to conduct the normal autopsy, so you couldn't remove any of the organs or tissues or anything like that because you just didn't have them.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding correctly, did you receive any tissue samples or was it just the bones you received?
So in the inventory, everything came to us from the GBI, packaged in bags and multiple bags. Mostly everything was bones. There was small material that could not be definitively identified as organs or skin, but there was some degree of what we would identify as soft tissue.
Okay. So there was some soft tissue then?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform any testing or anything on that?
I did not know.
Okay. Were you asked to?
No, sir.
Okay. And I was just curious, you said that, of course, in this particular case, when you say you perform an external examination, I assume that means you would look at the body in its normal state in a normal autopsy, correct?
In a normal autopsy, yes.
Right. And that wasn't possible here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And same thing with the internal examination. Again, you'd see a normal body and you would be able to look, I'm not trying to be graphic, but you'd split the ribs and the cranium and be able to pull the organs and tissues out as needed, correct?
Yes, we make the routine cuts to gain access to the organs in the body.
And again, you weren't able to do that here.
Correct.
But you also mentioned the other thing a minute ago to Ms. Parker, that you were told the circumstances surrounding the death. I'm curious, were you given any of the circumstances surrounding the death, or were you just given the bones and the tissue sample?
No, I knew the circumstances surrounding the death. Our office was initially informed of the death in October of 2022. That the child had been missing for a period of time, and then the skeletal remains had been, or some of them, the whole body was never recovered. Skeletal remains had been retrieved. I got the bones to look at. Basically, my looking at them was limited, and that was in March of 2023.
Okay. And you mentioned one thing, Ms. Parker, too, was talking about asphyxia or suffocation. We understand 20 months old is a bit old for SIDS, correct?
Correct.
But it's not too old for us to asphyxiate, correct?
It depends on, asphyxia is a very broad term. So asphyxia can be choking on a foreign object, for instance, either a food object or a toy or something like that, or a child can be intentionally suffocated. So asphyxia is broad, and a 20-month-old is not too old for
then let's break
that
it down.
in the broad sense.
Then let's break that down. What's the definition of asphyxia, so we can start there then?
Asphyxia basically means a lack of oxygen for a variety of different reasons. You may not get oxygen because of a certain position you're in, where your nose and mouth are obstructed. You may not be able to get oxygen because something is obstructing your airway. If you choke on a piece of food or something like that. So it's very broad, meaning a lack of oxygen to the brain.
Basically just means a lack of oxygen.
Correct.
It can be because you're choking, it can be because something lodged in your throat, it can be because somebody's strangling you. It can be for any of those reasons, but that's all asphyxia means, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and would it be, do you think it would be important for you to know that and you said the other thing you investigate when you're talking to Ms. Parker was about the sleeping area. Would that be something you would need to know for a 20-month-old death?
A lot less important in a 20-month-old because a 20-month-old is able to turn around in bed and move around. They're not as immobile in a sleeping environment as a younger infant.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. At 20 months old, what is a normal 20-month-old's capabilities?
Generally 20 months old, they're able to walk. They're able to roll around in bed and turn from side to side and lift their head. So those are things that they can do.
Okay, so they're ambulatory.
Correct.
They can move and they have their own mind about things, correct?
Correct.
All right. So in this particular case, would it have been relevant to you to know that there was vomit in the playpen where the child was sleeping?
It would have been a piece of information if I had a autopsy to perform on an intact body. The information about the scene itself would be information that we would see, that we would take into account.
Was that information that was passed along to you or no?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure.
All right. And that being said, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Darrisaw.
Sure.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. May she be excused?
She certainly may. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Marion Lemons. I think when we left off with our last fact witnesses, before we moved into the expert witnesses, where we were at is that the team had found Quentin, right?
Yes,
And that was what day?
that was on November 18th.
In the days following November 18th, was the defendant interviewed one final time?
Yes, she was.
Before we get to that, I want to ask you kind of a few miscellaneous questions about some things.
Sure.
Okay. The first is a question about venue, and I may have hit this, but I just want to make sure. Have you reviewed the indictment in this case?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen that it alleges a number of false statements on a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Are you aware of all of those statements and where they were made?
Yes.
And were they all made in Chatham County?
Yes, they were.
It's for every false statement charged in the indictment.
Correct, yes.
There has been an exhibit admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 62, Circle K footage.
Yes, sir.
And which one of the two trips that night would that footage have been from, the first or the second?
It's her first trip that night.
Now, have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, I have.
And is it fair to say that it includes a bunch of different camera angles?
Yes.
Is there a camera angle in which you can tell exactly what it is that she purchases?
Yes, there is.
And how is it that you can see exactly what it is that she purchases during that trip?
Yeah. So it faces, the camera angle faces the register as well as what is being rung up by the cashier. So you're actually seeing the receipt as it's actively being run up.
I'd like to display for you the portion of State's Exhibit 63 that I think you're talking about. So what I've done here is I've opened up the player that includes all this footage, and it's a whole bunch of camera angles, right?
Yes, it is.
In here, we've picked the register camera that you're talking about and made it full screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So sort of an overhead view of the register that she pays at?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us where on the screen we can see what it is that she purchases? And you can step down to do that.
Yeah. So on the
Just
left,
walk us through it line by line, please.
on the left side of the screen, you see like an itemized list of what's occurring with the register. as well as a quantity. So our targets are right here. We have a natural light 25-ounce can. The quantity's changed to 2 cans. And then we have the cigarillos green, quantity changed to 2. And then, the driver's license scanned, and that's the transaction for Leilani's purchase that night.
Can you tell us where we are in the timestamp here?
So the timestamp that we're paused at right now is 10:29 p.m. on the 4th of October.
And I'm going to hit play from here and we'll just watch the transaction, okay?
Okay.
Is it moving or not? Did you hear what she said?
I believe she asked for rellos or cigarillos.
Stop the playback at 10:31:22. Now, moving on to another miscellaneous item. Do you remember hearing Officer Schenker of the crime scene unit or forensics unit talking about the substance that was found in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Yes, I do.
Did you look back at the file to see whether you could figure anything out about what that was?
So in Schenker's testimony, and it was previously mentioned, we believed it was like a rice cereal. That's also what Miss Leilani told us it was.
All right. And have you prepared an exhibit to address this issue?
Yes.
I'm going to guess the blanket is in the landfill, just like they found that little swatch of his pajamas. Good morning, Pam Davidson. I'm sorry, good afternoon.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 94A and 94B.
Okay.
Do you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe to us what they are?
Sure. 94A is going to be a PowerPoint of what 94B's printout is. It's a collection of photographs with the rice cereal.
Okay, so 94A is the disc, 94B is the printout of that.
Yes.
All right. I would introduce this in as 94A and B.
No objection, Your Honor.
94A, B, or without objection.
Just need a moment here, Your Honor. All right. I think I've got this working right now. And I'm trying hard not to have to ask for a recess here because we're in the home stretch, okay? What is this first slide here show?
So this is a photograph of the back of the Dodge Journey that was taken on 10/6, and it's kind of just displaying the rice cereal in the back of the vehicle.
Appears to be pretty evenly and widely distributed.
Yes, it is everywhere.
Moving to the next slide, what is this that we're going to see here?
This is just a short clip of the interview that we conducted on 10/5, where she's explaining what that is in the back of her vehicle.
Now, just to make sure we're clear here, the date stamp in the top left corner says 10/6. Can you just, I'm not trying to catch you, I just don't want anybody to be confused.
Yeah, it's the 10/5 interview, but it's early in the morning on 10/6, so technically it's the next day.
Almost 5 minutes after midnight.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I have it fast for a minute. Almost made it through the whole thing.
Almost. All right. 5-10 minute break. We'll see how this goes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, no research. Don't discuss the case, and you're going to take a quick break.
You're exiting?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We'll take a 5-10 minute break and see how it goes. All right, thank you.
You must be kidding me. They already had 2 hours off for lunch. Get up, stretch, and sit back down. This is crazy. You're boring the jury more, in my opinion, than giving them facts. This is nuts. How can you even digest everything when you're constantly going on break? And all the testimony has been jaw-dropping, horrible. Just Me said they can't get the video to play. Well, how do we know it's going to play in 15 minutes? I don't know. This is crazy. And they're saying that the state's going to wrap up today or tomorrow. Well, how? With all these breaks. I get going pee-pee. I get going to eat. But there's other things I just do not understand. There's too many things I do not understand. All right, let's look at this real quick.
Tonight, jurors got a first glimpse into the landfill search for.
Look at his little face. Look at those little curls coming out. I think what's going to happen is this jury is going to get way too frustrated by the breaks. I really do. That's the reason you have so much time to prepare for trial. You say, okay, time for a break. 15 minutes. Be right back. Okay, we're having lunch. Be back in 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Get right back. However, this, oh, well, today we're going to take a longer lunch because the state's not prepared. I don't understand that. They should be prepared before you go to trial. Quentin deserves respect. I'm not bitching about the FBI, GBI, Chatham County. I'm actually complaining right now about the way the court's running this. There's no surprise witnesses. There's no Perry Mason moment. They should have been 100% prepared. And now I'm extremely nervous with all these breaks. And the fact that defense keeps bringing up Danny. I mean, what? Goodness. I understand let's stretch and stand up. I totally get that. But it doesn't take 15 minutes to do it. I get the bathroom break in the morning. I get the lunch break. I get the lunch break in the afternoon. But this would be enough to drive anyone zany. I mean, out of their mind. Like, what is going on now? It's almost like they're switching topics. Shonda said, I'm scared as shit, Brooks. I am too. I am too. It's getting really ridiculous. The state should have been better prepared. And this falls 100% on the DA, not the attorney that's there leading the cause or the attorney that's leading the case. It comes straight to the DA. You shouldn't need all these breaks. I'm telling you, they seriously just got back from like a 2-hour lunch break. And if anything happens, it's 100% on the state as far as proving their case. It really is. They're not objecting to anything the defense says because the jury sits there and they listen to this. They might say, oh, get that out of your mind. You can't look at that. Okay, fine. So be it. But I have not heard one objection. Not one. Not one time have I heard Superman over there say objection, 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 because they would hear that. This is insane. Hold on. Maria said the defense don't even have proof. It was Danny. Leilani was the one. She was the one that put him in the dumpster, driving around that night. 100%. But it just takes one. One to say, well, they keep bringing up Danny. They keep bringing up Danny. Maybe Danny killed him. She's on trial for murder, not dumping. There's no other charges as far as disposing of a body. Putting her baby in the dumpster. This is murder. This is the big M. Her phone puts her there. The question is to that jury. And it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Who killed him inside that home? I'm not saying Danny did it. Their text messages tell me everything. Just me said reasonable doubt. I love that because what is reasonable to me is not reasonable to someone else. I wish the state would take it up a notch and just say, no way would this woman cover for Danny. So the whole question they're putting out, the defense, not the state. The state's already saying she did it. She did it. She threw him in the dumpster. Whole 9 yards. Defense is saying Danny did it. And hey, it's probably her on the video. So you know what? That's 5 years in the state of Georgia for disposing of a body. She might get an extra 2 for lying to the police so much. It's just my opinion that this prosecuting attorney should be arguing more. He should be yelling, objection, objection, objection. Like when Psycho Lady, the one that says, bring me a Bible and a candle and I'll bring Quentin right here. He should have objected and said, we're only here to talk about her conversations with Leilani.
Quentin Simon, the Savannah toddler, prosecutors say was killed by his own mother. WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole has been on top of the trial. He joins us now. Andy, an emotional day in court.
Yeah, Riley, that's certainly right. One witness and some jurors found themselves tearing up as they learned more details about the massive landfill search effort looking for any sign of 20-month-old Quentin Simon.
Tell me what it felt like to see that little piece of Quentin's skull and pick it up and realize what it was.
It was heartbreaking.
Witness after witness after witness testifying Tuesday about the grueling 2022 landfill search for little Quentin Simon. Denard Johnson runs the Superior landfill.
Horrible. 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 If I was on the jury, there would be no questions. Even if I had never heard about the case, there would be no questions. Everything would point right at her crusty taco. I still cannot believe that the drug dealer yesterday was complaining that he had crust on him when him and Leilani got done doing the horizontal boogaloo. I would just keep looking at her going, are you kidding me? You did this. There's a lot of questions. How did no one hear anything? Well, because he's 20 months old. You hit a child in the head and knocks them unconscious. You put them in the pack and play, and they're puking their guts up. It told me a lot when she said, I kept checking his coloring. I kept checking his coloring. Okay, anyone in here with small children, grandchildren, do you check anyone's coloring? No. I kept checking his coloring.
And walk jurors through the brutality of their work.
We have a series of bulldozers that pushes the waste to the compactor.
and the compactor has cleat wheels, and that spread the waste and pulverized the waste.
Witnesses took jurors back 2 years ago, describing their physically, mentally, and emotionally draining work. Over 31 days, an all-volunteer group searched through 1.2 million pounds of trash, piece by piece.
By the time it got to the point where we saw it, it had been shredded and mashed and mixed with dirt. So it's kind of just a gray, muddy looking field.
It wasn't until November 18th, the last day before Thanksgiving break, that Chatham County Police Officer Sophia Zerke found what was later identified as Quentin's skull.
I was just breaking through the garbage, and then I had observed a white small object could fit in the palm of my hand. It looked like bone to me.
That was the largest piece of Quentin those experts found. But once they had it, searchers testified that they knew they'd find other pieces close by, and they did. His remains were placed in a box draped in an American flag, heading for the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia.
And court wrapped up early today in preparation for a long day of testimony tomorrow. The state told the court that they could be able to rest as soon as tomorrow or early Thursday. We'll, of course, continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage. Outside of the Chatham County Courthouse, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
Andy, thanks so much for that report.
Sickening. Sickening. And that whole rideshare thing, whoa. She is a rideshare. That's all she is. She is a rideshare. I want to go through this real quick because we didn't have enough time to talk about it. But this officer from Chatham County, when she talks about his skull in the landfill, I understand the arguments. I do. I understand them. I understand when people say, yeah, but we don't know who killed him. We don't know who killed him. We don't know who hit him in the head multiple times. We don't know what happened in that house. We're pretty dang certain that it was Leilani that put him in the dumpster. But not 100% sure as to who, because we're talking about murder. I can say this for myself. I'm 100% confident Leilani did this. I can say she did it with malice, forethought, intent. Look at that. Kimberly Mann said, I bet my left boob she did it. Me too. And my left boob is my favorite one.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Sophia Zerke.
That is the last name that I'm going to have to ask you to spell.
Zurkee.
And I take,
Michael on?
thank you. I take it you are a Chatham County police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police?
I have been with the Chatham County Police Department since September of 2021.
Did you work at any other police departments prior to joining the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Can I say something? This officer should be a model, not a police officer. All right, they are back.
This is just a Google image of what we were previously looking at.
Okay. Gerber cereal for baby rice type?
Yes.
Okay. So those 2 canisters were out there on the tiki bar when police first arrived.
Correct.
And the defendant had told you she took them inside like a month ago.
Yes.
Or more than a month ago, I think.
Yes.
Any reason you know of that those things would be outside?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
No further questions on this exhibit. Let's talk about the final interview of the defendant. What was the date again?
Her final interview was on November 21st
And where was it conducted?
at the FBI office.
By this time, Quentin had been found on November 18th.
Yes, he had.
And at this point, had you taken out warrants, at the time of this November 21 interview, had you taken out warrants for the arrest of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you all bringing her in there in part at least to notify her that the remains had been discovered?
Yes.
And did she know that before she entered the interview room with y'all and was told that?
That the remains were discovered? No.
Did she know before the interview began, though, that she was being arrested?
She assumed so, yes.
Okay. And y'all who did y'all correspond with to get her in that day to the FBI office?
Yep. Her mother, Billy Joe.
And she had been told that the defendant was being arrested that day, right?
I don't believe we told Billy either. I believe they both just assumed that's what was happening that day.
Okay. Where in the FBI office did the interview take place?
It's in the interview room, which is in like the front corridor area.
Now, is it fair to say that this was the first interview in which she was not free to leave?
Yes.
It was in police custody at this point.
Yes, she was.
Given that, did you all, at the outset of the interview, advise her of her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Did you advise her of her right to remain silent?
Yes. There's a form that we read to her, and we provided her with one to read as well.
Did she indicate to you that she understood all those rights?
Yes, she did.
Did she have any questions about any of them?
I don't believe she did, no.
And did you all ask her whether she would waive those rights and agree to speak to you?
Yes.
And did she do that?
Yes, she did.
And was that agreement memorialized on the form that you've discussed?
Yes.
And did she also memorialize her understanding of each of her rights by initialing next to each one of them?
Yes.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is the FBI's template format for advice of rights. This is the document that I believe Agent Solomon read to her and explained prior to this interview.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 80.
Can I look at it real quick, Judge, just to make sure? I think I've seen it before. Okay. I think I've seen it, but I just want to make sure. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 80 is admitted.
Now, how long roughly was this interview in its entirety?
Almost 3 hours.
Not going to watch the whole thing.
No.
Right? Okay. Did it, like some of the other interviews we've heard about, start with this kind of long period of rapport building?
Yes, it did.
And eventually, did you all get into the substance of that?
Yes.
Have we prepared a disc containing a few excerpts from this interview?
Yes.
And do those excerpts capture essentially what her story was for that day?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is a collection of the November 21st interview. It's a CD.
series of excerpts?
Yes.
Do you remember how many total?
There's 3.
And could you just kind of describe to us what the 3 excerpts are, if you remember?
Sure.
And if not, we can just roll through them.
Yeah. So the first one is going to be kind of the initial conversation that we had about cocaine. In this video, you will see Leilani telling us what cocaine does to her, what she's learned, through some of the counseling that she's had. She'll talk about how she's, experienced illusions, change in emotions while high on cocaine. And we're discussing whether or not that's what happened that night. The second clip is Leilani changing the trash story. She's talking about how there's now 2 bags of trash, and we're discussing whether or not Quentin was in one of those bags of trash. The third clip is us confronting Leilani on how many stories she's told us over the last 2 months and why she told these stories.
Now, what was kind of her core claim on this day about?
Whew, I'm back. I'm back. I couldn't help myself. Now, over the last few years, I don't know how long you all have been here. Put in a number how long you have been my friend. We've been friends. You can put in 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 months, whatever. Love having you. We did have a few people that said on other cases got very upset with me. And they said drugs are not the problem. This mainly came from the Adam Montgomery case. When you put a chemical in your body, it can change your personality. It can change your outlook on life. There's a lot of things it can do. People go crazy trying to get their fix. I'm very happy those people are gone. Look at that. Shonda, member for 21 months. Emma Lou, 4 years. Danny Dane, how long have you been live? 5? Girl, you and I go way back. Debbie, 3. Look at Sarah, a year. Baby Kisses, I think a year. Again. Oh, there's our girl. There's the Kool-Aid man, Danny Dane. I can't stand dope head sympathizers. Boston, 20 months member, but longer friend. That's what I'm talking about. This is what it comes down to. She's sitting there telling him she put the Coca-Cola in her nose and it changes what she does. Love you, Sailor, 3 years. Damn. Jinbug, look at my cactus girl. It's your choice to do drugs. It's a choice. Yes, you get addicted. Yes, of course, people get addicted. People get addicted. Some people can't stop eating chocolate. Some people can't stop lying out their fucking asses. However, Leilani is saying that when she puts the Coca-Cola in her nose, it changes her. Is it an excuse? No. No. No.
What she remembered about the Azalea trip and the time period leading up to it. What was she saying to you on this day?
The majority of the time, she's saying that she doesn't remember the Azalea trip. She only remembers returning home, specifically going over the railroad tracks right before she gets to her residence. There's also other times where she says specifically she was throwing away just trash, shrimp pasta, while at Azalea.
Did this claim that she was making to you about just not remembering anything from like 11 something to when she was driving home from Azalea sometime around 1:20 onward in the morning, did this to you conflict with things she had told you before?
Yes, and in the same interview.
Okay. Do the clips on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of this interview that you're describing?
Yes, they do.
Other than it being excerpts cut out of a larger file, has it been altered or modified in any way that you know of?
No.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 81.
Can we approach on this exhibit real quick? I just
Yes.
wanna Put something on the record.
Okay, we are back on the record.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. State's Exhibit 81 is admitted without objection.
Before I hit play, where are you in here?
I'm right next to Agent Solomon, to her right, but I am off camera. Occasionally you'll see my arm, but majority of the time I'm off camera.
This is the first file on the disc. It is 20 minutes and 1 second in length, and I'll play that now.
The only substance I ever consume is alcohol. So I know what one drink versus several drinks feels. So how does like the equivalent of that? Like if you had your normal, like what does it feel like when you know, tripled your normal? Honestly, time goes by quickly. And it's almost like you're discombobulated a little bit. If that makes sense. You're so high, you kind of lose touch with reality. So how does that usually feel? Like what? So it's like that tunnel vision, focus on just one thing, down, getting high. Yeah, it's not really you're more, you're just focused on that one thing. But when you get that high or whatever, you start like, as they said, like, I didn't know the shit that made sense. It's like delusions in your own mind, but you lose touch with reality. Like, are you seeing things or your brain is just like making up stories? Your brain makes up shit. Yeah, you can end up doing things like, you don't even remember like, getting up and making up eyes. It happens a lot. There's funny accounts that I have in the past, and like there's, you know, there are cars coming somewhere else, and I just don't know who. Yeah, and I'm like, I like Danny for like going out like when I was on sleep or something, I swear now he did. But you think it was you when you were just on? It's a possibility. Now that I know the effects, the extent of the effects that it can have on your brain, punch holes into your brain. How long does that last? Like that particular feeling? Actually, just hold there. Like it could be just 15 to 30 minutes for how long? What does that, this combo do? Makes you very energetic, very numb feeling. And you're having a lot of racing thoughts. Sometimes I hear things that it's not true, right there. Sometimes you see things that's not there. But there are times that they don't eat, like shadow people. You know, there's times that they're like for days on it. I'm not sure if I what you do. Yeah, me as soon as a kid. And honestly, I can't even tell you how the shit is said. How I can even tell you how the shit is said, during those times. It's like, it's all a mixture of things, but I can't tell you what was said on purpose. Will it come back later, or is it just like, it's almost like you're playing a dream. You might get bits and pieces here and there, but you never get the full thing at the time. So it's not like a dream where you were kind of over. Yeah, you get bits and pieces over there, and then you never get the full. You're not sometimes someone's like, you did this, and I'm like, no, I didn't. Yeah. Same thing happened when you get so high. So I was like, you just don't know. It's almost like the light is on. You know, you're like, about it. Yeah. So like in hindsight, how do you think that's what happened? There's a possibility. So I was still crying in the hospital when they mentioned that. Some people get so high that their brain kind of just shuts down and they go, oh my God. Yeah. And because I'm not lost in the sand and just start crying and she was just like, what's wrong? And I was just like, I just don't know what to think anymore. And naturally just go out of your things that I was even what was happening. Yeah. Cause you, I mean, it sounds like at least by like 1:30, you were pretty, at least learning to drive safely, and all that. So kind of been for very long if you did consider it like that, right? They say that it was between up to an hour to 2 hours, that you can move and function like you're home. You can in your head home, but you're not. Yeah. So about it sounds like it, then you kind of come out your memories, getting clearer, and remember talking and operating car and going to different places. It's kind of click back in. I'm going to make sure it sort of makes sense of everything. Then not care any sense of what happened in front of the house. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I don't know exactly what happened. Do you remember driving? I remember driving back. I remember driving back home. There's a whole other. I don't know, feeling. Do you remember any feelings or? Well, I felt a lot of numbness. I feel probably drugs. Honestly, they numb your feelings. They're not suppressing. They numb your feelings. Just everything, your body in general, your lips, your mouth, your skin, everything. It's not. Like that when somebody played their head in the sled. You would have later guys. Just devastating. Everything I know is the same thing. Leilani, Savannah and I have been here with you from the start. I think you know that. Yeah. Her and I have basically been attached to your family, and I think both of us have an emotional connection to what happened. Yeah. And everyone right here wants to know. Which one was it from? His name was Phil. He's a really trouble. And that's what it does in everything. So putting the pieces together for that, Yeah. And so what I believe that I can know how fucked up I was. So what I believe that kiss him a little bit. Things happen. None of us were in that position, none of us are now. But the best way we can move forward is finding out that. And I don't want it to come down to some bad person telling us. I don't want there to be any of us. I'm tired of the stories from the media, and I'm sure you are. Because we don't know what they're going to say when it comes out that we found him. And we've seen how they treated you for the last, almost 2 months. And without your side of the story, it's going to be whatever they want to say. I don't remember hearing him at all. I don't remember taking him to do anything like this. She's never coming back. I remember coming home. Like I wanted to have the night. And so what did I do that? So it was like everything was just normal. I don't know, way home and I understand exactly what I was doing. So I woke up, devastated. And I looked at my and he wasn't there. I was very devastated. I just started screaming and calling everybody for help.
So when did you remember that stuff that happened? There's some things you can still use track. Just something.
The dragon?
Yeah.
When I talked about it, I was close and I started her trust and just not doing. I'm just scared to think that I did something like that and taking me to go do some drugs or pick up some drugs. Somewhere I'm moving forward and what we're doing. I wish I would try to make people that did the hotel. I don't know there's a possibility that they know all these things about the drugs I was doing. It just baffles me. Because I don't understand. People that even do some crazy shit I don't know.
I mean, when you talked about like the delusions and things like that, or just Francie's mind, is there something that would, things that you're not supposed to be, or like demanding some attention, is there something that
He was a good baby. When I was trying to lay down, he would sit down, relax, he was like,
was that ever annoying or just kind of really distracting?
It's cute, honestly. So much he was singing to himself. We would sit there and laugh about it, trying to stay up this night, sleeping and jump out. I'd peek around the corner.
I have two cats and I barely take care of them. I can't imagine 3 children and the stress and everything that happened.
The kids being upstairs, they're kind of snoring.
Yeah.
It's why I love him so much. My counselor said that sometimes when people are drugs, when they realize that I'm not there, because they don't know. And they're just all of that. I believe. I don't know what I'm going to do.
It's a hard thing to come to terms with. I think that
I know exactly. It's time, I don't know. I don't know what I did or what happened or what happened. I don't know what I'm going to. I was like, what we called y'all about. That's what she wanted to figure it out. I was down for it.
Well, it sounds like the eating part, at least in terms of removing it from allowing you to come from the outside in would help with that kind of thing too. Just kind of curious. So you woke up that morning, devastated, obviously, and remember, coming back from the event. When did things kind of click in that, with the orange album, the whole and all that? Like, what was going through your head?
I had worked on the car, it's the only thing that made sense. I go to the store. And the whole person I know that only has a hotel was this. So that was the only thing in my mind that made sense. That's why I don't know. And she's not the only person I know out there except to do Mark I used to work with. But I don't think I saw that. So I don't know. I don't know if I saw him really, we're going to come back from the railroad tracks, like the bumps and railroad tracks, I'm just sticking that back in.
Do you remember going into it in there? Like the turn or anything? Hearing anything? Because you gave us pretty detailed story.
I was looking at that like 360 and I was just like, no shot. I'm going to come there, that's where I'm going. And I was like, no, how many must be? Or something, Yeah. Which doesn't make sense. Oh my God, I'm working on the brain, it's so hard. I always picture it like, I try to remember dreams and how do I don't, because it takes so things to come out of dreams. I mean, I just don't remember dreams. I'm not gonna transfer anything like that. You don't understand it. What do you think people are gonna say when it comes out that we tell them? Poor mother. I'm trying to show him. God knows exactly what they're saying. What can you say of that? There's no intention of it. It's not that I was planned out. It's not like I wanted to. Do you think that you may have? But you know, everything's fine playing out. And like you said, you worked really hard the last, month and a half to get clean and to recognize safe coping with cousins and that kind of thing. But a lot of times the wrong things line up and something happens and you remember leaving the dumpster, which is exactly how we were. We found him exactly in the middle of where we were looking, based on what you told us about coming to Brazil and stopping at the dumpster. We went, because it was, so knowing all of that, knowing you're in a state and something happens and you try to fix it right away. And I think in some ways tried to make it go away like it wasn't real. And then you woke up and realized it was real. But I mean, we know that that's what happened, and so maybe something you're gonna have to come on with, and we know that people have been very cruel in the YouTuber culture and all that I had never experienced or seen in person, anything like that. That they're in their own stories now. And so I really hope that you take a second to just kind of think of what you know your story to be, for yourself. And it's the only way to give Quinn peace and give yourself peace and move forward for all of you is to realize and acknowledge what happened. And like you said, there was no premeditation, there's no planning, and frankly, I think if you would plan things, it would have not gone away because it's not what your actions from that night or what brought us all here. And again, because we remember the trip to the dumpster is how we found, again, from head to toe, we found so I really want you to and did nothing close to relying hope. What I could have possibly done, and I don't know what should have possibly happened. And then I was just not able to go, and I was gone. And I couldn't even fathom it. I didn't know that today in college. This is what I want to learn. Because I want to be able to raise and live with a wish to know that. I think we can all agree that there was something in it. We can figure out what happened. There's a lot of reasons some people right now. Trying to offer science on that. We're going to see what they have to say. I really don't think that you wanted this to happen. Because of what life did. And you know there's still your reason. And even if Quinn's not here, he's still your reason. All three of them. And right now the reason for Quinn that I think we all want to be And this is what we know is going to happen. And now there's two of you that know that story, you know. And hopefully Clinton's able to tell us. We really hope that you're able to let her own truth and kind of level, you know, your own action place, because there's no way for you to heal from it without being able to face it and see it as what it is. Like you said, it wasn't this long-term ocean's 11 keeper, you know, harming your child. You know, you did harm your child, and you did, you know, and that's just, it's just facts. It isn't under hid, no. And I mean, I've never lied to you about anything. I've never said anything to you that I didn't know or fact to be true. And I don't believe that you hid. But you hid him in the dumpster because you had harmed him in some way for that. I did do something. Wasn't fair. She came back and come out. Like, how scary is it though to think that you have a scalp? So how do you get her out? I was scared of her. She thought I came back and she said, I'll stay if you were black out. You might be so and you get patience. You're just like when somebody blacks out from being drunk. You might not. Yeah. Your brain just didn't process it in your brain. What's the last thing you remember before? Same. And then it goes to turning back from Zoe. So you see him in the bed right when you got home or something, like you came home and did line and you saw him. Yeah, he was like, so that was like the 10 something, 10:40s. I just remember right home from the truck ride trip. And that's your last memory all of the night, you know, and then yeah. I said I had the rubber tracks.
Now, at the end there, what did she arrive at ultimately for the period of time for which she was claiming a total lack of memory?
She said the last thing that she remembered was looking at Quentin and then driving back from Azalea.
Looking at Quentin after the park ride trip.
Yes, and then blacking out and then coming back to it as she's coming back from Azalea.
And what was she saying in there about what caused her to start forming memories again on the way back from Azalea?
Hitting the railroad tracks.
Okay, so fair to say she's claiming something like a 2-hour plus total lack of memory.
Yeah, she would have gotten back from Arkwright shortly after 11, and then she gets back from Azalea around 1:30. So yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that period of time for which she's claiming the total lack of memory would encompass both the time period in which law enforcement believed the murder had occurred and the time period in which the disposal of Quentin's body had occurred?
Yes.
So just like the times of the crimes.
Yes, it is.
This next clip, what is this clip number?
So this is us touching on her previous statement back on 10/12, where she's describing very vividly how she threw away the trash. And we're asking her to revisit that memory that she's had. And she's telling us that there's 2 trash bags, and then you'll hear me ask specifically whether or not Quentin was in those trash bags.
And does she outright deny that Quentin was in one of those trash bags?
She does not.
And this clip is later in time than the bit we just watched.
Yes, it is.
This is when y'all are kind of reminding her of her previous statements, which seem to conflict with what she's just told you about this total lack of memory.
Correct.
the story with Sam and Brad. There was another trash out there. Was that what kind was it? Before it was like 2 minutes later. And then I should remember. I remember we're spoiled food. When I was trying to get with him. Did you use a trash bag? I don't recall if I had a trash bag. Okay. I don't recall if I think from before I left their house or we were trying to.
Did we hear you, she said there was a trash bag in there, right?
Yes.
And then you said, is that what Quentin was in? Is
Yes.
that right? And at that point, did she say, well, there were 2 trash bags?
Yes.
And did we hear you ask her, did you use a trash bag?
Yes, I did.
And by that, did you mean, did you use a trash bag to dispose of Quentin's body?
Yes.
And was her answer to that, I don't remember grabbing a trash bag?
That was her answer.
In other words, she didn't say, well, hold on, I didn't dispose of his body.
She did not say that.
Mr. Dean, how long is this study?
It is about 3 minutes, rather.
Okay.
Or this should be the third one. Do you remember what it is that we're going to hear in this clip, more or less?
So we're challenging her on her many stories throughout the last 2 months and why she said these stories to us if she didn't have a memory, why she constantly changed, what happened that night, who went out to Azalea. It's kind of just our last crack at trying to find out what really happened.
Leilani, why did you tell us several times different stories? I'm trying to wrap my head. You said it was 2 times that Brad sat there and told me that him was sorry. He's like, mother, isn't it? And then he watched me. I had no memory, so I knew exactly where that I know it was trash. Right now, I think it makes sense how it is, that it was totally, over jail. And when he said there was no way to go over jail, that's the only thing was the other theory. Which is? That was totally trash. Get out of the house first. Wait, Daddy. But we know now that that trip to Azalea, Quentin was there. So go back to that, see that he makes a Savannah breath. You remember seeing the trash bag, looking into it? I didn't look into that. Tired it was. Right. So you didn't actually look into it? The only thing I took in was spoon food. You were pretty restricted though. Because the smell, the spoon like shrimp pasta. Not even the smell. Same smell here when we took it out of the fridge and threw it away. So we were wrapping it up. I remember taking it back there so I could throw it in there. It wasn't heavy at all. Leilani, really? Do you remember him being in that trash bag? No. We know at this point he was. I don't remember that. I don't remember him being in that bag. I don't remember leaving the house with him. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Why did you tell us all the story about just all of these stories, pretty much? I'm trying to make sense of it myself. He was the one to say, I saw you in the trash and throw it away. And let me show you something. It's gotta help, but what Evelyn's asking right now. This is a very small fraction of the mountain. What that looks like a hill is trash. And everything so attractive right out is trash. You see how little those people are. Do you think that we could have found him if we didn't know that you put him in the dumpster and we knew exactly where that dumpster went? Yeah.
Did we hear her her say the word theory at some point in there?
That's what she refers to it, yes.
What was the theory thing? What was she saying?
She's saying that every time that she lied to us was her sharing her latest theory.
In other words, she wasn't claiming that she was making factual statements about what happened. She was saying she was just kind of throwing out theories.
Yes.
She was describing the Oragel story as just a theory that she had proposed?
Yes.
And was she saying that she had only proposed it because, well, she had come to and found Oragel and was trying to figure out how?
Yeah, she said she found it in her vehicle, and that's the only thing that made sense to her.
And did she describe her story about throwing away trash as just a theory that she had come up with in response to Brad asking her whether she had thrown away trash?
Yes.
Now, I want to just ask you about a couple features of these prior stories that she's referring to as theories, okay?
Okay.
You talked to her on October 5th when she first launched the Oragel story, right?
Yes, I did.
Did this story include who she had gotten it from?
Yes, it did.
Did it include where she had gotten it?
Yes.
Did it include when she had gotten it?
Yes.
Did it include why she had wanted it and obtained it?
Yes.
Did it include details such as how many tubes of Oragel she got and how many were open already and how many were unopened?
Yes.
The story about throwing away trash that she gave to Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon on October 12th, did that include such details as specifically what the trash was?
Yes, it did.
What it smelled like?
Yes.
How long it had been in the car?
Yes.
When she first registered the odor of the trash?
Yes.
What kind of trash bag it was?
Yes.
What color the ties on the trash bag were?
Yes, it was a very vivid story.
An admission to having looked inside the trash bag before throwing it away.
Yes, she said that.
An estimate of how much the trash bag weighed.
Yes.
And statement about the exact physical mechanics of how many hands she used to put it in the dumpster.
Yes.
You had either conducted those interviews or observed them prior to this interview, right?
Correct.
Did any of those things sound like mere theories to you at the time that she said them?
No, they did not.
Now, in this interview, particularly in the first bit we watched, the 20-minute bit, was she asked at some point by you, I think we can all agree that something did happen.
Yes.
And did she nod her head yes in response to that?
Yes, she did.
Was she asked, do you think you may have killed him or something to that effect?
Yes.
And is it the case that she was just not able to give an answer to that or just didn't really say anything?
That's correct.
Was she, at some point, did Special Agent Solomon say, you harmed your child and hid him, or words to that effect?
Yes, she said that.
And is it fair to say that the defendant just did not affirmatively dispute that? She didn't say, no, I didn't.
She did not.
And separately, did Special Agent Solomon say, you hid him in the dumpster because you had harmed him in some way?
She said that.
And did she also fail to dispute that statement?
Yes, she did.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions?
I do, Judge, but I was going to say this might be a decent time for a little break in case it takes a minute.
All right. The time now is 2:36. Let's just take a few minutes to shift. Let's make it about 10 minutes. That will be 2:46. All right. All right. We're in recess.
Jury is exiting.
Thank you, Smith. And with that, we're in recess. Thank you.
I cannot believe they're taking another break. Is everyone getting the gist of what's going on? Anyone? Because I certainly am. And it's really driving me insane. If I was in that jury right now, I would just jump up and be like, look, we're ready for verdict. We're ready. We're ready to go. Now, some of these videos and things, they're not easy to make out, but I get the gist. Look at this. Jen Bug says, I see it. I see it too. I have a very specific timeline. And I've been writing it down for days and days and days, trying to get it, pencil proof, if you know what I mean. What I can see is that I better put my glasses on to see better. She, as in Leilani Simon, who should have never been around Quentin unsupervised, was left alone with him while her mother was off working. Okay? She went and had a tooth pulled. Not her wisdom teeth, because if you have your wisdom teeth taken out, you're going to be sedated and you will have medication to get you through it. So she has one tooth pulled. Sometime between 10:34 and 1:23 in the morning, she went on a sojourn, I will say, to dispose of her son's body. Now, I will say this. After she hit him in the head, allegedly, until the gavel comes down, until she hit him in the head, she put him in the pack and play. She was scrambling around that house, checking his cheeks, checking his coloring, as she said. She wasn't ever worried about Zane. She wasn't worried about Sky. Far be it for me, because I think she was never worried about her kids in the first place. Danny's hopped up on whatever, eating his spaghetti, because the pings all over the house show a certain panic. Thank you, Susan. Just Me said she knew his color wasn't good and he wasn't responding. So, she leaves the house. Now, this is what happened after the vomiting happened in the pack and play. As far as people saying, well, I don't know why Daddy didn't smell anything. Listen, if you live in a house with little kids, your senses get real dull. There's poop. There's pee. There's all kinds of stuff going on. She sends Danny the message. Guess I have to go to 204. Of course, never mentions Quentin. He says, oh, okay, ... He was wanting to eat the leftover spaghetti and watch a movie. But Krusty Taco went over to the drug dealer's house. She said, I only have 2 hours. Then went to the convenience store and got her 2 tall boys. And from there went to Azalea. But she was still working up the nerve because she had to get the nerve put up to do what she was going to do. Now, it hasn't been proven, but the truth, in my opinion, the truth is, the whole time she was in that vehicle, Quentin was alive, hanging on to his last breath, waiting to pass away. But she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted everyone asleep in the house so she could dispose of him. But that wasn't going to happen. Paul wasn't home yet. Danny's dicking around on the couch eating spaghetti. She was waiting on him to die. I'm not in the FBI, but I can tell you that's what was going on. When they said they smelled fresh vomit in that pack and play, of course Danny didn't smell anything. How would he? The house is disgusting inside. However, that's, in my opinion, what it comes down to. And they're just about to prove it. Sorry to put it to you all that way. It's just absolutely horrific. Reminds me of the case of little AJ in Illinois, where they did everything. Gave him a cold shower, the whole 9 yards. They weren't about to take him to the ER. When Leilani is saying she kept checking his coloring, probably with the flashlight on her cell phone. Why didn't she just take him to the hospital or call 911? She's not going to. No. Had anyone else, another adult, including Billy, including Danny, anyone that was there, anyone that was around, they would have called 911. They would have thought anything about it. The one that kept covering up and lying was Leilani. Let's look at the timeline. All the text messages to the drug dealer, to Danny, when she left the house, the pings around the house, when she was there buying the 2 tall boys, all of it. Now, I do kind of wonder if she wasn't setting up the drug dealer. Reason being, when she says to him, I can only stay for a couple of hours, almost makes me wonder if she wasn't going to dump Quentin somewhere around there and pin it on him. But she carried around a dying little boy all that time and had no shits to give. I'm going to put the link down. Oh, hang on, the judge.
Reflect that attorneys are present. Ms. Simon is with both her counsel. And so, Mr. Hilliard, are you ready for cross-examination? Okay, is the state ready to proceed as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, please bring in the jurors.
Jurors entering.
It appears that everyone is not ready. So the jurors who are present, if you'll go back to the deliberation room, that's fine. On second thought, it appears that things are working out. All right, excellent. Do y'all want to change the order?
Yes.
I can tell that was going to be a thing. Everybody, please have a seat. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move now to further testimony. Okay. And no one discussed the case or did any research? All right. Thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
This is the first time I really had a chance to speak to you, so I'm going to go way back to the beginning for that reason, okay? Give me 1 second. I picked up the wrong pad. So you arrived on scene at 10:30 on October 5th, correct?
No, after 12.
After 12? Okay. And how long were you on scene on October 5th?
On scene, probably about an hour.
All right. And at what point in time did you take Miss Simon, Mr. Youngkin, and Mr. Simon over to the precinct that day?
I asked one of the patrol officers and some of the detectives to have them transported probably within that hour.
So probably around 1 o'clock then, but just trying to get a general idea.
Yes.
So on October 5th, around 1 o'clock, all three of them went over to, I guess it's the police.
The
precinct?
headquarters?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And how long were they there on October 5th?
Until about 2 a.m. the following day.
So about 13 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
And over the course of the trial, we've seen a number of interviews during this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you were also speaking with, I'm going to assume, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, you're speaking with Miss Simon, Mr. Youngkin, and Mr. Simon, as well as others at the time, but those were the three main ones, right?
That our team spoke with, yes.
Yes. Okay. So that was 13 hours on the 5th to the 6th. When did you next speak with Miss Simon or have your team speak with Miss Simon?
We were in communication with her for probably the next 2 weeks, almost every day.
Every day? When you say ran communication, I guess that means phone calls?
Yes, sir.
And when was the next, I guess, in-person interview?
October 8th,
And how long was that one?
almost 2 hours.
And that was at CCPD as well?
No, that was at the FBI office.
And 1 second, I'm running out of room here quickly. And when was the next one after that?
October 12th.
And how long was that one and where was that?
That was almost 2 hours as well, and that was at the FBI office.
And during this time frame too, this is the phone call? You still having phone calls during this 2-week time frame?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's 13 hours on the 5th, 2 hours on the 8th, 2 hours on the 12th. When exactly was the hotel room video and audio?
What part of it?
The actual time they were in the hotel room and y'all were videotaping it.
The 8th and 9th.
That was October 8th to 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the same time frame, you were wiretapping Daniel Youngkin's phone from, I think, around the same time, October 8th or 9th, for about 60 days, right?
Yes.
Intercepting all of the phone traffic between him and her.
Yes.
And just, not that it matters, a rough estimate is even after you arrested Miss Simon, you still intercepted his phone calls between them, correct?
Yes.
So that was at least, generally speaking, between October 8th, 2022 to December 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's going on at the same time the other interviews are going on, right?
Yes.
So October 12th, I'm sorry, was the next in-person interview. When was the next interview that your team did of Miss Simon at that point?
After October 12th?
Mm-hmm.
October 31st.
All right. And how long was that one and where was that one?
That was at the FBI office, and I believe that one was also probably 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay. And the next one after that?
Would be her final interview when she was arrested.
And what day was that?
That was on November 21st.
And that one was how long?
3 hours.
And so from October 5th to November 21st, were you still in constant contact with her?
The team was.
The team was. And by the team, you mean yourself, Agent Solomon, Agent Schneider, and anyone you delegated to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, and you said that on, I think it was November 21st, she expected to be arrested when she came in, correct?
Yes.
And you asked her to come in, correct?
Yes.
And she came in, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, we've seen some of the excerpts here that you put up here today. Now, let me ask you this. What interrogation technique were we just witnessing on this particular video?
I don't have a name for the technique. We were having a conversation.
All right. Well, you said you don't have a name for it, but you've gone to the academy, correct? And you were trained in interrogation techniques, correct?
Yes.
And what interrogation techniques were you trained in?
I don't have the name for the techniques. My way of doing it is just making sure I have the full story. And if I don't understand anything in somebody's story, I just keep asking questions until I do.
Okay. So in this particular technique, though, which you just witnessed, and we've seen the entire time, is it safe to say that you're putting individual stressors on the interview subject?
In which interview?
All of them.
It depends on what you would say is a stressor. We're talking about her dead child, but
Okay. Well, and that's my follow-up question. Wouldn't you think speaking about that would be a stressor?
yes,
Okay. And wouldn't you think that speaking about that would evoke an emotional response?
yes.
Okay. And you seem to have had opinions about that emotional response, but what have you been trained that is the appropriate emotional response? Do you have a level?
Can you restate your question?
I can. So if you are overly hysterical, then you're overly hysterical. If you are not hysterical enough, then you're not hysterical. How do you gauge the appropriate response level to your questioning for you to be satisfied? What's the right answer? What could ever be the right answer?
For what appropriate reaction she had?
Yes.
I'm basing that on previous interviews I've done with families that have lost their children.
Right. But every individual is different, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, a number of times Mr. Dean has asked you a number of questions and you said it wasn't emotional enough or it was too emotional, hysterical. And how do you make that determination? What is the appropriate objective standard by which you can judge that?
I believe I focused on the October 5th interview when she would do the screaming and yelling portion.
And that was when you made your decision, correct? October 5th?
Decision about what?
As to how and where you were going to focus your attention in this investigation.
No.
Okay. Then when did you decide that Ms. Simon wasn't your prime suspect?
She was our prime suspect, you mean?
I said, when did you decide that she wasn't? If you said you didn't do it on October 5th, okay, so you're saying she wasn't your prime suspect on October 5th?
No, we looked at all three of the adults in the residence as possible suspects.
Okay. So that being said, you looked at all three of the adults. Did you ever look outside of the residence as a possible suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do to pursue any of that?
Outside the residence? So we did a canvas, as we've previously talked about. No leads came up with that of any suspicious persons around the residence. We set up the tip line that did not prove any other suspicious persons. We spoke with probably every single family member of this family in Savannah. None of those had any guesses on who it could be, including the three people that lived there.
And let me ask you this about your interviews with Ms. Simon. All of the interviews, she was free to walk away or not engage in those interviews, correct?
Until the final one.
The final one was a little bit different, correct? Because you already had one to that point.
Yes.
Okay. So and even knowing that, she still came to that one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dean asked you a question about whether or not she denied something, but not denying something is also not admitting something now, is it?
No.
They're not the same thing, are they?
No.
Okay. So, and in my recollection was, I don't think she's ever, in any of the interviews, admitted to harming Quentin, has she?
No.
Now, in the last interview at that point in time, had you ever determined a manner or cause of death for Quentin Simon?
I have an opinion on how he died.
I didn't ask you your opinion. I've asked you if you determined, has a doctor made a medical determination as to the manner, method, or time of death?
No, due to the remains, we were unable to find that.
So that's no. Okay. And that being said, when you were interviewing Miss Simon on that last particular day, you focus on a lot of things that weren't said, but she never said that she killed Quentin, and she never said that she disposed of his remains, did she?
She said she did not remember.
Now, you said you have an opinion, but opinions are just that. They're not based, they're just your opinions, right? I have opinions, you have opinions. People have opinions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And opinions are not evidence, are they?
No.
That's all the questions I got, Judge.
No redirect, Your Honor.
State may call its next witness.
May we have a moment, please, Your Honor? Your Honor, subject to verifying that all of the evidence that we've offered has been formally introduced and admitted, the state rests this case.
And so with that, jurors, I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room at this point.
Jurors are exiting.
Jurors are clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. Everyone may have a seat. Okay.
The state just wanted to verify our exhibits, and we should have exhibits 1 through 94, and 94 is an A and B, in evidence with the exception of 83.
Microphone.
Sorry. What I was saying was the state should have exhibits 1 through 94, which is an A and B exhibit in evidence with the exception of state's exhibit 83.
So 1 through 94 A and B, but not 83.
Not 83. We just wanted to verify that with the clerk.
Thank you, too. Thank you. Mr. Clerk? Madam Clerk. Okay, and that's what you show is in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And then, is there any motion by the state? Excuse me, by the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Purse?
Here, let me give Mr. Purse the microphone, Judge.
Just a moment before you begin, Mr. Purse.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to focus my argument as to a motion for directed verdict. Just so we're all on the same page, I'm focusing on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm going to take them kind of in separate batches and then all together with my final thought.
All right.
With respect to counts 1, 2, and 3, that allege that Leilani Simon committed malice murder and felony murder of Quentin Simon. The defendant moves for a directed verdict of acquittal. First, there's no direct evidence to support these claims. The state has presented theories and its conclusions, but has presented no direct evidence that Leilani Simon committed.
We're going to have to listen to this again. Okay. Breaking news. Should I play the music? I know everyone is tired. I know everyone is itchy and they got a lot of feelings on their shirt sleeve. He wants a directed verdict. Fuck TV show did he watch last night? That's what I want to know. And who wears lime green with gray? This is a ballsy move.
Your Honor, subject to verifying that all of the evidence that we've offered has been formally introduced and admitted, the state rests this case.
And so,
All right, so the defense wants the whole thing thrown out. The baby with the bathwater. No pun intended. He wants everything thrown out. The state has not proven their case. The state is resting. Now I'm asking my friends in here. Do you think the state of Georgia has proven their case? Don't get me wrong. Defense attorneys do this all the time. They'll say they haven't proven it. I want it thrown out. The judge is probably going to say no. Probably going to say no. Shonda said, I'm scared. I'm scared too. Kimberly Mann said, great balls of fire. I'm telling you, girlfriend. I'm telling you. Anyone want a music break? Actually, only Pat can decide that. Uh-oh. Justice for You said, in my opinion, I have a feeling it's going to be another Casey Anthony. She's going to walk. All right, let's see what happens.
so with that, jurors, I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room at this point.
Jurors are exiting.
Jinbug says, I have a bad feeling. Sal said denied. Yep, we have to be positive.
Jurors are clear, clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. Everyone may have a seat. Okay.
Our exhibits, and we should have exhibits 1 through 94, and 94 is an A and B, in evidence with the exception of 83.
Microphone.
Sorry. What I was saying was the state should have exhibits 1 through 94, which is an A and B exhibit in evidence with the exception of state's exhibit 83.
So 1 through 94 A and B, but not 83.
Not 83. We just wanted to verify that with the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk? Or Madam Clerk? Okay, and that's what you show is in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And then, is there any motion by the state? Excuse me, by the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Purse?
Here, let me give Mr. Purse the microphone, Judge.
Just a moment before you begin, Mr. Purse.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to focus my argument as to a motion for directed verdict. Just so we're all on the same page, I'm focusing on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm going to take them kind of in separate batches and then all together with my final thought.
All right.
With respect to counts 1, 2, and 3, that allege that Leilani Simon committed malice murder and felony murder of Quentin Simon, the defendant moves for a directed verdict of acquittal. First, there's no direct evidence to support these claims. The state has presented theories and its conclusions, but has presented no direct evidence that Leilani Simon committed these crimes the way they're charged in counts 1, 2, and 3 in the indictment. I think the medical examiner's testimony is significant. She expressed no opinion about the manner of death, the cause of death, the time of death, and even as an expert in her field, couldn't even express an opinion that Quentin Simon died as a result of the commission of these crimes. That leaves us with circumstantial evidence in Georgia, and I'm quoting Official Code of Georgia 24-14-6, quote, to warrant a conviction on circumstantial evidence, the proved facts shall not only be consistent with the hypothesis of guilt, but shall exclude every other reasonable hypothesis save that of the guilt of the accused. With respect to the circumstantial evidence argument connected to the murder claims, again, the medical examiner testimony is extremely significant because what it presents and what it leaves out raises lots of hypotheses as to what happened to Quentin Simon and does not only establish the guilt of Leilani Simon as alleged in the first 3 counts of this indictment. With respect to count 4, that alleges concealing the death of another. Concealing a death is against the law in accordance with Official Code of Georgia 16-10-31, which provides that a person is guilty of this offense, and I'm paraphrasing the statute, when a person conceals the death of any other person and does so to hinder a discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed. In this instance, the medical examiner's testimony again failed to establish that Quentin Simon's death was the result of any unlawful act. Basically, all 4 counts of these of this indictment, I should say, is grounded in a bunch of theories and the state's speculation and conclusions. With respect to that, in suggested pattern jury instruction 1.20.20, Georgia law provides that facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a suspicion or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. At this point, the state's evidence is grounded in speculation and grave suspicion, but not on facts and not on evidence. On behalf of Leilani Simon, we move for a directed verdict of acquittal with respect to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. All right, Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. We've presented sufficient evidence for the jury to find, based on both circumstantial and direct evidence, that the defendant is guilty of all 4 of those counts. The Wyatt case is clear that when we allege that certain facts are unknown, such as manner of death or certain other facts in the murder counts, that those become material allegations that we have to prove. And I think that Mr. Purse's understanding of the medical examiner's testimony is exactly backwards. It does not support a directed verdict on any of these counts. In fact, it was offered to prove the material allegation that certain facts are unknown, and it does that. We've said in the indictment that she killed him in a manner unknown to the grand jury, and that was the point of calling the medical examiner to say, I couldn't do an autopsy because of the condition of the remains. And so we've proven that. Circumstantial evidence does, a circumstantial case does have, the evidence does have to exclude all reasonable theories other than guilt. And we've done that by presenting affirmative evidence that there was no medical event. There was no accident. The defendant was asked repeatedly about that and denied it each time. And further, her actions after the fact were totally consistent with any type of accident. There are only so many ways to die, and we've excluded all of them, but in intentional act of violence that resulted in Clinton's death. In concealing the death, it requires that you conceal the death of another such that it hinders, such that you hinder the investigation into whether the person was unlawfully killed. I don't know whether there's ever been a more straightforward body of evidence in support of a concealing the death charge. I could go on. I hope and doubt that the court needs me to. So I'll wrap it up with that here.
All right. Thank you very much. I am going to find that based on the argument made by the state, the court finds that there is sufficient evidence that has been presented for the jury for the charges in the indictment to be considered. So motion for directed verdict is denied. All right. Are there any other motions from the defense?
We probably need to engage in the right to testify colloquy at this point, Judge.
We do. So I'm going to ask Ms. Simon to come up to the witness stand. And before going to the witness stand, if you'll be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Please, sir.
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Simon, just have a seat on the witness stand, please. Okay. All right.
You want me to do it?
I'm going to start out with Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon, please state your full name.
Leilani Marie Simon.
Okay. And you're doing the right thing. Just I'm going to start out with Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon.
Get the fuck out! She's seriously gonna testify? What? Okay. You have got to be kidding me.
Talking to the microphone so the court reporter can get it. I think you've heard me give that instruction a couple of times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that you have a right to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
And that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that no one can make you testify? No one can compel you to testify. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the right not to testify if you don't want to. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether or not you will testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you do not testify, that upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, the court will instruct if you decide not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorneys in AUSA?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you feel a need to have any additional time to consider whether or not you will testify?
I've been given plenty of time by my attorneys, notified weeks ago
All right.
about this.
Do you need any time to talk with him in private about this?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so do you personally wish to testify or not?
I do not.
And with that, I find that the defendant, Leilani.
Okay, I had to pause it right there. So she brings her up. She said she doesn't have any reason to think she needs to testify. Why would she not need to testify? We have had 2 weeks of evidence coming her way. Jinbug said, I literally want to slap the shit out of her mouth. She is cool, calm, and collected. So let's just see what the defense does. Obviously, she's comfy in jail.
Simon has decided not to testify with a complete understanding of her rights.
Yes.
Before you step off the stand, are there any further questions?
Just to follow up. Is anyone forcing you to not testify or to testify?
No, sir.
Your choice is made freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
You've had adequate time to speak with me and Mr. Person on your choice, correct?
Plenty of time.
Okay, just have to make sure. All right, and that's all the questions I had, Judge.
All right. Ms. Simon, you may step down.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Hilliard is taking some time to speak with Ms. Simon in private at the table.
If I could just have a couple minutes, I want to go back in the back and explain to her. She had a couple of questions about what happens next. And I probably need a few minutes away from everybody to go talk to her.
Let's do that. It's about 10 till, I can't tell the time by that clock. It is 3:20. Okay, so let's step off until about 3:30 or so. Okay, we're in recess.
Justice says, hey, Brooks, personal message me and let me know what they decide. I'm at work. No, that she is going to go forward, but she's not going to testify. And I am so sick of this. Miss K said she's had more breaks than Diddy at a freak off. Exactly. Angel P said it's going to be guilty. I have no doubt. Linda Listen said we're never going to know just what happened to that baby. Well, the short and curlies are we're not. We're not. She won't tell. As in Leilani. She won't. She won't say anything. Okay, that scratching is OJ in his litter box. Just wait a second. He will be done in a moment. So we had a couple of issues today in chat. We have a couple of moderators that are upset about something that happened. Really nothing I can do about it. I believe that, we are all adults. Matter of fact, I saw a song brought up and I can't get it out of my head.
Shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness and gracious, great balls of fire. I like that look of what I thought it was funny. You came along and moved me, honey. I changed my mind. This love is fine. Goodness and gracious, great balls of fire. Kiss me, baby. Ooh, it feels good. Hold me, baby. I want to love you like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I wanna tell the world that you're mine, 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 mine. I chew my nails and I twiddle my thumbs. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Oh, baby, drive me crazy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Oh, kiss me, baby. Oh, it feels good. Hold me, baby. I want to love you like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I wanna tell the world that you're mine, 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 mine. I chew my nails and I twiddle my thumbs. I'm real nervous, but be sure it's fun. Oh, baby, drive me crazy. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
All right, had a little music break, but what do you all think is going to happen? Remember, we have been following this case since October of 2022. So, if you were on the jury and knew nothing about it, what would you say? All right, they're coming back into court, my friends. Jinbug says, I'm going to have faith. The jury finds her guilty. Exactly what can they get out of their hat? What can they pull out to convince anyone she did not do what she did? Allegedly. Kawana said, I'm so thankful to have an awesome group to watch this with me. It's been hard, but together we stand up strong. You're damn right.
Could you get Ms. Simon, please? Okay, so we're back on the record in SBCR 22-03364J6. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, counsel for the state is present as well as Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury back in? Okay.
Is the plan then to bring the jury out and have the defense rest and present?
Yes.
Send the jury home and talk about charges?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That was so succinctly put. Thank you. Bring in the jurors, please.
Jury room is clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. There were no discussions about the case or research? All right, very well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yeah, the defense rests.
All right, thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to release you for the evening. There are some legal matters that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury. I'm going to have you come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Please continue to follow the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't watch television shows. Do not do any separate research. Okay. All right. Very well. Thank you very much.
Jury's exiting.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Thank you, Smith. Okay, so I've received, of course, the request to charge from the state and from the defense. I've had an opportunity to review both sets, and do we have a copy? Okay, so I'll have a proposed set for you to take a look at. We can go through those and see where we stand. I'm having the jurors return tomorrow at 10 o'clock, just in case we needed to take up anything earlier than that. I expect us to begin at 9 o'clock. And it may very well be, there are a couple of the counts we had some issue with in coming up with what the charge should be. And so that may take some hear what you have to say. Let's get those requests to charge to you in just a minute or two, and then we can go through one by one. All right, with that, we're in brief recess. Allow the jurors an opportunity to leave.
I cannot believe this. Another short break. You have got to be kidding me. Okay, Bonafide missed the babysitter talking. And I hate to call her the babysitter all the time. That's disrespectful. Oh, my kitty, you please calm down. She certainly did love Quentin.
Take a look at your screen. This is Quentin Simon. He's a 20-month-old kid who was never given a fair chance at life. On October 5th, 2022, he was seen for the last time before vanishing from his Georgia home. And it was a rough home. We're learning about that. It was overcrowded, filled with drugs and a lot of alleged abuse. And
okay, not only do I absolutely love this woman's hair and makeup, She said it was an overcrowded home full of drugs, disruption, the whole 9 yards. Can one of the moderators please post our playlist for Quentin?
Custody disputes. And 2 years ago to this very day, October 18th of 2022, authorities began searching in a nearby landfill for his remains. At the time, they suspected that his mother may have killed him and discarded his body. And a month later, his remains were discovered. And the worst was confirmed, that someone had murdered this little boy while he was only 20 months old. Since then, his mother, Leilani, has been charged with his murder. And she's sitting in a courtroom day in, day out, facing 19 counts related to the killing and cover-up of her alleged heinous acts. Today, Leilani was back in court as the state attempts to convince this jury that she is guilty of what she's accused of. And we had a big witness who took the stand today. It's the regular babysitter of Quentin and some of Quentin's siblings. A woman who saw firsthand how Quentin was being treated in that home, Michelle McCarta. She described what she believed was a difference in the way that Leilani treated Quentin compared to her other son, Zane.
Quentin stayed a lot.
And why is that? Why would Quentin stay overnight?
Honestly, Quentin loved us. He was close to us. And I just felt like he would be better off at our house because there was a difference in the love she showed between Zane and Quentin. And I felt bad. And I would work and my daughter would say, "Can we just get him, Mom, because this happened today?" And I would say, "Yeah, call her and ask her if he can stay." When she would, once in a while that she did come and pick them up, she would, grab Zane and he would hug her because he was close to her. I mean, you could definitely tell it. And then, Quentin, 99% of the time wanted to stay with us and he would start crying. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quentin more. I mean, Zane more than Quentin. And, I didn't question it. She's a crappy mom. I knew that. But I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
When I was in Savannah, Georgia, covering this case 2 years ago, I had a chance to.
Now, I know some people will say, why on earth was Michelle Diana McCarta calling Billy Joe to complain about Leilani? It actually makes perfect sense. Let me show you why. If you're still hanging in here, it's right here. It's because Billy Joe Howell had permanent guardianship of Zane and Quentin. Yes, she went out of town to work. But the truth is, she catered more from the outside looking in to her daughter than to children, Zane and Quentin, that can't fend for themselves. You see, Leilani can. But she catered more to her. She had full custody. So when people say, well, where was CPS? Where was CPS? Where was CPS? Hold on. Who the fuck wants them around your house? They're not the police. They get a report. They investigate. They close the report. That's all there is to it. They didn't know. Leilani, the one that was specified not to be around the children, was living right under Billy's roof. They didn't know. They're not going to bust in the house kick in windows and shit like the U.S. Marshals and say, oh, I just want to make sure that things are safe around here. It doesn't work that way. People are crazy.
To actually go to Michelle McCarta's house when Quentin was still missing. The community was still looking for him. And you could tell how much she loved Quentin. She was steps away from Leilani Simon's house. And she always had her home open, her arms open to this little boy if Leilani had been struggling with her son. Still with us, let's bring back in the think tank. Former homicide prosecutor Bernardo Villalona is with us, Chief Public Defender Paulette Lofton, and trial attorney Ben Chu. Paulette, let me start with you. This is a challenging case. You heard the babysitter say that she was a crappy mom. We know that just being a crappy mom isn't enough for you to be found guilty of murder, but there is a lot of evidence. How strong of a witness do you think this is when she's able to say she treated her other son differently?
I think she came across very, very believable. It was very clear that she cared so much for both of those little boys. And I think she definitely had the most front row seat you could have, watching how those children were parented, how they would show up, the difference, the way Zane would appear in new clothes and clean, and the way the poor victim in this case would show up dirty with poopy diapers, not having been bathed, with dirty clothes. I mean, the way she described the difference in treatment has.
Sadly, Zane is going to hear this someday. How he was slick as a whistle. New clothes. He had his race car bed. He had all the things that she wanted him to have. Then there was Quentin, that was treated like a three-legged cat. All the testimony, the emotional testimony, says she always had it out for Quentin, didn't like Quentin. Sad fact of the matter is, and this is forgotten in a lot of chats I've noticed, but not here. Leilani was basically the babysitter, okay? Yes, she gave birth to Quentin. However, the person that had custody of Quentin was Billy Joe Howell. I ask all the time, why has she not been held responsible? It's not like you left someone with a babysitter because you want to go see a movie and the babysitter did something horrible and you weren't home. She had already been warned by the state of Georgia. They removed custody of Zane from her. Yet people still take up for her. I don't get it. Listen, I don't want her bashed to hell and back. She has to live with herself one way or another. She has to. I don't know how she does. I don't want her to harm herself. I don't want her to beat up on herself. I can't say beat up on herself. I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone. However, the way she carries on as if she didn't do a damn thing wrong is infuriating.
Has to stay in the jury's mind when they're deciding, could she have possibly done this? Could she have possibly hurt her own child and actually killed him? So I definitely think that the testimony that was provided by that babysitter is definitely going to make a big impact on the jury's decision.
This is a hard case for a defense attorney, Ben Chu. When you see the image of this little boy, the jury is going to want to hold someone responsible. If you're representing Leilani, how do you try to mitigate what is probably already this vile reaction from the jury to someone who was supposed to be responsible for his care?
I really don't know. I wish I did, but I agree with Paulette. I think the babysitter was extraordinarily credible because she didn't seem at all as if she had an axe to grind against Leilani for any other reason.
She doesn't at all. She was telling the truth. All right, we're back in court, my friends.
And we need Ms. Simon. For you, the charges as they are put together now, pages 1 through 22. And let's just go in order. Page 2, we have the charge regarding the indictment issue and plea of not guilty, presumption of innocence, burden of proof, reasonable doubt. All of that is pretty standard. Is there anything with any of those? Okay, all right. Grave suspicion.
Does the court want objections or concerns as we go through, or do you want us to hold them to the end?
No, let's go, let's take the objections as we go.
I would object to grave suspicion. As the court knows, the pattern charges, I don't even know why it's still in there, because the pattern charge says, hey, this is totally unnecessary in light of how detailed and comprehensive presumption of innocence and burden of proof are. And that's supported by a number of cases, but as recent as a 2022 case from the Georgia Supreme Court. At their core, jury instructions are supposed to clarify and illuminate. And I think when that charge immediately follows presumption and burden, I just think it's totally confusing. I hate it. I have a visceral hatred for the grave suspicion charge, and we would ask the court not to give it. One thing that's nice about these cases is they make it pretty clear that it apparently can just never be an abuse of discretion not to. That's our position.
So, Mr. Dean, I ran through the first charges came to grave suspicion and stopped, because I imagine that you would have a problem with that one. Mr. Hilliard? Mr. Purse?
I think grave suspicion is at the core of this case.
I guess
And I don't think it's, excuse me for interrupting. I don't think it's error for you to give that charge, since it isn't about instructions.
I don't believe it's error. I'm going to take a look at that again, but my thought is to leave it out. But okay, put a little star by that one. Jury judges the facts, evidence, direct and circumstantial evidence, credibility of witnesses, expert witness. Okay, witness attacked, page 6. Is there any issue with this charge?
We were talking about this, Judge, prior to it. I don't have a problem withdrawing it. I think we requested it. And I think it just would honestly create more confusion than it would solve. So my last trial, we had an issue with it, trying to tailor it, and we got it tailored, and I won. But I think in this particular case, it's one of those unnecessary charges.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to mark it withdrawn.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I agree, Your Honor, and I also agree I would make the same case as to witness supported. I just don't think we had that kind of thing going on with any of these witnesses.
I would agree, Judge. If the attack is coming out, the support doesn't come out too. So.
Okay, so witness supported is withdrawn, as well as witness attacked. Witness impeached.
I think that stays in.
Agreed. Prior statements.
I mean, I would like it taken out, but I mean, if you ask me to enumerate a reason for it, I can't, other than my visceral hatred.
Yes. Okay. So a lot of visceral hate going on here today. Okay. So prior statements remains immunity or leniency granted. We did have immunity granted.
We did, but he asked like 3 questions and answered 3 questions, and it never came up. So I don't have an issue withdrawing it, Judge. I don't see how it's a factor.
Withdrawn. Single witness corroboration. Defendant's choice not to testify. Statements of defendant. Okay. There was some tailoring, I think. Circumstances of the statements of the defendant, voluntariness defined. Those would remain. Circumstances of the statements, etc. Any issue there?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Okay. Burden of proof as to voluntariness. Okay. Statement of defendant made on November 21, 2022.
And just for the record, to make the distinction, because some people later on may not see the distinction. My understanding was all of the previous statements were voluntarily made.
Right.
The November 21st statement was a custodial statement, which is why the Jackson Dennis and other voluntary questions have to be proven.
Right.
So,
Thank you, Mr.
I mean, just for clarification, with the parties like on page 8, for it to say something like statements of defendant prior to November 21st, 2022. I mean, I just think maybe some clarification or some other language in here just to clarify for the jury that everything with voluntariness is included in addition to the additional stuff that comes after the statement for November 21st, 2022. With like the constitutional custodial issues.
To me, I think page 8 looks good. Because the jury does have to find voluntariness for all the statements.
Right.
I think the only suggestion I would make is on page 9, when you get to statement of defendant made on November 21. I think the bit on lines 4 and 5 where it says if the statement was given in custody, I think The if part is weird there to me, when we're both agreeing that it was given in custody, makes it a little confusing.
So
I think
your suggestion is to take that, that in the,
take that
out,
take that-
if the statement was given in custody, just take it out.
just take that out and say, maybe, give me one other place, sorry.
You must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary and whether the defendant was properly advised of her constitutional rights.
Yes.
I mean, because that's what the pattern,
Yes.
suggested pattern charges say, is that voluntary and then the constitutional rights.
Right, this is exactly what I was suggesting, this is like exactly what I contemplated in
Okay.
the requested instructions.
So I'll just remove that, if the statement was given in custody, since this is specifically directed towards the November 21st.
Right.
Statement.
I don't have an issue with what the custodial statement is.
Okay,
So we all agree with that.
all right, moving on to constitutional rights. Any issue there?
I mean, the if part at the outset is, that's sort of like the same deal as the last part. You know, maybe it should say, because the allegedly, you know, because the alleged November 21, 2022 statement was made while in custody as a result of police questioning. So
Simpler, how about if the statement was made while in custody?
Ms. Parker, if you'll just bend that
that's even better.
microphone.
To simplify that, how about if the statement was made while in custody? Since we're not really asking them to find whether it was or not.
The only, yeah, I'm not asking them to, but yeah, this is only as it relates to the November 21st statement. Correct?
That's the only one.
Yeah, if it's just for that statement, that's fine. So.
Moving to page 10, defendant initiating further conversation. Okay.
I don't think that this instruction should be given.
Yeah.
Because nothing was introduced in evidence about any such invocation. I mean, some of those earlier interviews did end with invocations of the various rights, or you know, court found that they were legally ineffectual prior to trial and all that. Those were all redacted at the request of the defense, which I had no problem with doing. But because none of it came up, I think the instruction is just inapplicable to this case at this point.
And I tend to agree, given the redactions and the pretrial rulings alleged, we didn't really get into any of that.
Okay. So defendant initiating further conversation, that charge is withdrawn or removed. Burden of proof as to rights. Okay. Conditions proceeding to consideration of statement.
Look at her reading these documents as if she has any friggin' idea what she is reading. She doesn't know. She has no idea. She's like, oh, look at me. I'm so in charge of my defense. No, she's not.
Prior difficulties.
On the conditions precedent to consideration of statement, there's that bit in there about the rights warning being a condition precedent. As we've been talking about, that only applies to the November 21st interview. So I don't know, I can't think off the top of my head exactly how to tailor that, but maybe it says something like, if you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statements were voluntary, comma, and that all of the warnings as to the defendant's rights were given as to the November 21st interview, or November 21st statements.
I think there has to be some way.
There's got to be some way to. Okay, yeah, okay, that's good.
Okay,
That
what's
all the
that?
warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given if required. Because I think it'll be pretty clear at this point when it's required.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Hilliard?
I am, Judge. I mean, we're speaking of the November 21st statement, and I think we all agree, but as long as we find some way to tailor them, because we don't want to confuse them. So
That is the most important thing.
And then that same point would apply to the top of page 11. If you fail to find that the defendant was properly informed of her rights, where required.
Okay. All right. We'll make those changes. Moving then to the next charge, prior difficulties between parties.
No issue with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hilliard?
I would object to that, Judge. If I'm going to, I mean, it wasn't really a prior difficulty. It comes back to whether or not, I mean, I just don't see it as a prior difficulty. Prior difficulties are usually between some sort of incident between the two subjects. I just don't, that charge isn't made for that. So I would object to that being included.
I think the difficulty here goes back to what we talked about earlier. There were witnesses that testified about what they observed as the interactions between the defendant and Quentin. And this does take some tailoring. Mr. Dean?
I think that charge has to be in here. I think definitely, I mean, typically it comes up more in like adult domestic violence cases, but it comes up in child abuse cases all the time. I think definitionally, the incidents that Talia Lacarda and some other people related, they just are prior difficulties under the law. And I think I worry about error if this charge is not included.
I'm going to include the charge. Okay, identification, burden of proof. I don't think there is an issue with this one. DNA. Any issue with that one?
No.
No issue,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, definition of crime, intent, no presumption of criminal intent, presumptions and inferences. Okay, we are party to a crime here.
There is, I'm sorry to, I hate to bring it up at the risk of sounding pedantic, but on 13, there's a typographical error in the bolded language presumption.
I'll change it.
inferences. Okay.
Not interferences.
The old spell check got you there.
And I read it as inferences, even though I looked at it. Yeah.
And there are some references in when they reference the defendant, there's a he and a his.
Yes.
Yes.
I will make sure that the pronouns are correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
She said it doesn't really matter whether it says his or her, or, you know, the general stuff.
Okay, anything else? Up to, okay, we're now on parties to crime.
Yeah, I had a question on this one. This,
I think Mr. Hilliard is yours.
no, this was requested by the state.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think there's
Evidence of that.
no.
I don't think there's evidence of number one and number two. I don't think that
I'm not gonna say it.
Let me hear from the state.
I'd like for it to stay in.
Party to crime.
Yes.
Why?
I don't think I've ever had a case where it wasn't given, and it allows for people, who think, perhaps somebody else was involved in some capacity. What does that mean for us with this defendant? I like it.
Okay. Let me take a look at that. Go ahead, Mr. D.
No one else is charged. The state's entire theory has been that my client did this alone. And so it's just completely improper at this point. There's no fact, there's no evidence, there's no theory in the case that points to a party to a crime. So we object to it.
All right.
To me, it's just a fundamental instruction that's given in every case that addresses what does it mean, what is required to be criminally liable for something in the state of Georgia.
Okay.
I don't know that it's one of those instructions that has to be explicitly raised by anything somebody said or argued.
I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Guilt by mere presence. Mr. Hilliard. Mr. Dean, any problem here?
I'll wait to hear from Mr. Hilliard.
I don't have any objection to it.
Okay.
Neither do I.
All right. Guilt by mere association.
Same, I don't have any objection to that.
Okay. Venue.
I think that's the pattern charge.
It is a pattern charge. Malice, murder. Malice, motive. Okay, felony murder. That's one that we want to make sure, I want to make sure is correct. Felony murder, causation in felony murder. Actually, that's essentially the pattern. The felony murder.
These are from the latest, newest.
Right.
charges. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That wasn't it. The aggravated assault with an offensive weapon. So let me go back. Felony murder. Once I read it, I had a circle for some reason. It's pattern, causation, and felony murder. Any issues with that?
Felony murder, no objection.
Concealing death. Simple assault generally.
I think the simple assault has to be given.
Yeah, it's by way of explanation. The aggravated assault with an offensive weapon.
The only
Okay, let's talk about this. She has no character witnesses. She has no one to show up to say, hey, Leilani, she's a great person. I mean, she's great. She could have never done this to Quentin. Never. Felony murder? Oh, that's on the books. Malice? That's up there. But think about it. You can't find one person in your entire life to show up and say, no way. No, that didn't happen.
suggestion I might make as to that charge is I think we've got it indicted as object that actually did cause and not was likely to cause. And if that is the case, then I might ask that that likely to cause language come out of the last line.
The language is about the weapon. The weapon. What is the weapon exactly? What could it be? Something in that home did this to Quentin's skull. Proven. Proven. Proven in court. They've mentioned weapon a few times.
I mean, that's not like necessary that it be taken out because that is the definition, but to further tailor it. Am I right about the indictment?
The indictment.
It is charged as did result in serious bodily injury.
Yes.
So you would like for it to say, that it actually does cause, and just remove the other.
Yes.
Mr. Hilliard.
He wants it to say actually does cause versus likely to cause.
An offensive weapon is any object that does cause, right?
Or just say causes, I guess,
Causes.
since we're taking that out.
Causes or actually does cause.
And not just object that causes.
Why don't we do that?
Object that causes. I think that's good.
All right.
I don't have any great objections to that.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's at the risk of being pedantic, I don't want to object to the language.
All right. Determining if weapon is offensive. That charge.
And this one's pulled straight from the pattern.
Okay. Cruelty to children in the first degree. That's also statute. Any issue with cruelty to children in the first degree? Okay. Voluntary intoxication, not a defense.
May I, cruelty to children in the first degree, may I ask that item 2, cruel and excessive, read as cruel or excessive? I know it's charged in the conjunctive as cruel and excessive because that's how we have to charge. But in terms of what we actually have to prove, it's not necessarily both, it's one or the other. So I would ask that that be an warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
I would leave the language the way it is in the indictment. I think it's indicted as cruel and excessive. I don't have it in front of me, but
It is indicted that way, but if we don't change that to or, and I have to ask for a totally separate instruction that the whole like and means or instruction, then I'd rather not do that. Because I think that's like the only place in this indictment where we've got a conjunctive that we might want them to read as disjunctive, and I don't think that I'd rather not ask for the whole separate instruction that, hey, there are spots where, certain crimes can be committed in more than one way, and the state need only prove one, even if they've alleged more than one, and that whole deal. I'd rather just change this and to or and be done with it.
The case law forces us to charge with an and rather than an or, but the case law also says that if we only prove one, the other is surplusage. And the simplest way not to have to explain that to the jury is just to make it an or.
Do you hear anything further?
I just think if you don't stick to what the language in the indictment is, it's going to create an issue back there in the jury room. That's my humble opinion, Judge.
My inclination at this point is to have number 2 read cruel or excessive, but I'll take another look at it, but that's my inclination. Moving on then to voluntary intoxication, not a defense.
I don't think I requested that. So, I mean, I would object to it because I don't think anyone was raised that as a defense. If it's mine, I withdraw it. But
I believe that may have been yours. Mr. D?
I requested it because no jury instruction has ever been raised by the evidence more prominently than that instruction has been raised in this case. It's an accurate statement of the law, and the jury absolutely must hear that principle of law. in this case.
I'm going to include it. False report, we will make the changes there. He, she will make those pedantic changes. All right.
It does say, it says misdemeanor in there,
Oh,
Which one? Oh, I see it.
and I don't think the jury's to know the distinction with respect to punishment.
okay.
I'd suggest making that false report of a crime is when a person blah, 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 and then take off the guilty of a misdemeanor part.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yep. Okay, so that charge goes in without the last phrase, is guilty of a misdemeanor. That comes out. Okay, making a false statement. Verdict generally, unanimous verdict form. Court has no interest in case. Sympathy, responsibility for sentencing. Deliberations, jury use of technology, retired to jury room. So going back through, page 3, grave suspicion, Mr. Hilliard would like that to remain. And I'm inclined to allow it to remain, maybe because there's not error. Although I agree with you, it's not necessary. Witness attacked on page 6, as well as witness supported on page 6, have been withdrawn. Page 7, immunity or leniency granted witness, that will not be given. Page 8, statements of defendant, that on page 8, really page 9, will be adjusted to reflect the difference between November 21st statement being in custody and the other statements were not in custody. Constitutional rights. We made a change there, did we not?
We did. If the statement was made while in custody, we think that you find that out.
Right. Defendant initiating further conversations, that will not be given. Conditions proceeding to consideration of statement will reflect only as to the November 21st, 2024 statement. Prior difficulties will be given over objection. Page 13, inferences will be corrected in terms of the spelling. Page 14, parties to a crime or parties to crime. The state very much wants that there. The defense does not want that there. Want it given. I'm going to take a look at that.
Allow me to revise my position. I don't very much want it there. I just.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dean. So, parties to crime will not be given. And then aggravated assault with an offensive weapon.
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 18. will be, the last line, I believe, is changed to an offensive weapon is any object that causes death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. Also on page 18, cruelty to children in the first degree, the number 2 enumeration is going to be cruel or excessive. Otherwise, it remains the same. Voluntary intoxication will be given over objection. False report of a crime, also on page 19, will be given except the last part of that charge is guilty of a misdemeanor will be eliminated. And everything else, I believe, is pattern.
Can I ask a sort of a mechanical question?
Yeah.
When these charges are actually given to the jury, and assuming we have objections to make, I mean, according to statute, we both get an opportunity to state on the record if we have any objection. Is the written charge that you actually give going to be part of the trial record?
Yes.
Okay.
And I plan for the written charge to go out with the jury.
The only reason I ask is I assumed it was part of the record, but I wanted to be sure, because if it comes up on appeal, I think you got to have the charge that was actually given, where you can reference, here's where it looks at. All right, well, here's where you can find it to see what we're talking about.
Okay. Anything else regarding the jury instructions?
Only one thing that I just noticed, Your Honor, and I could be misreading this, but on the bottom of page 19, making a false statement, I've tried to diagram this sentence, and it appears to me it may not be a complete sentence, and I think it's probably because it was drafted from the statute, but I think it needs to say at the end something like commits the offense of making a false statement, or in the alternative, at the front end, it should say a person commits the offense of making a false statement when she knowingly, willfully,
That last construction makes sense to me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
It's
fine.
more clear.
Okay, thank you for that note. Is there anything else that you're finding here in the jury instructions? And of course, take a look at it. If anything else comes up, we can make change. We can discuss it and make changes as needed. But we're gonna have the jury charges. We believe it's gonna go out ready to go, and email you a copy for your review.
Can we get a copy tonight, maybe, Judge? And just, if we have any issues, just show up at 9:30 in the morning and deal with it then, if that's okay?
Did you just change the time?
No. I'll show up at 9:30. The jury's still back at 10.
No,
so-
no, we'll do 9:00 just in
Oh,
case.
Okay. Oh, I don't care either way.
I like 9:32, but we're gonna do 9:00.
I gotta drop my wife at the airport, so I'm gonna be here at 6, so it doesn't really matter to me. But I think if we have it tonight,
Yeah, you'll have it tonight, and if there's anything else that we need to attend to, we can. Okay.
works for me.
Okay, is there anything else tonight? Okay, we're in recess until 9:00 tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Everybody have a good night.
She had told me they were playing hide and seek, they had drank, she was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs, she went to sleep, she woke up,
All right. That is it for today. Kelly said, can anyone tell if she admitted to doing this to Quentin? I would say that the evidence points right to her. She's not going to admit anything. But everyone, I don't care how nasty you are, deserves due process. Everyone. That's in our Constitution. She admitted to being the last person to see him alive. And these extenuating circumstances and how she was raised, the drugs being taken from Billy, all that stuff doesn't really matter, in my opinion. None of it matters. It comes right down to this. What did she do in that house? And what lengths did she take to cover it up? How did Quentin get into the dumpster? They used a tag scanner. That's the truck she was in, the same truck that was at the drug dealer's house. Not one person will take the stand in her defense. Not one person. Her mama, her daddy, her brothers, her friends, nobody. Not one person will get up and say, you know, you might have this all wrong. Not one person. Well, I know what I don't have wrong. I know what I don't have wrong. I have a bunch of kids in my yard right now taking pictures around our Halloween decorations. So I'm going to take some candy out to the kids because I love the Halloween season. I love all the holidays. GB said, I'm still upset Billy Joe didn't testify. Well, I think that would be the last thing she could do for Quentin, but I think it's ridiculous that the person that had custody of Quentin isn't testifying. All right, y'all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you back here tomorrow when court starts. I have a feeling we're going to be on verdict watch real soon. Real soon. I think this is going to wrap up tomorrow. I think they're going to go through a few motions and some bitching and complaining. But I think it's going to go to the jury real quick. You guys are the absolute best. Love ya.